not disclose that statement. That is not our point of departure, my lord. When I say we, I mean myself and accused number 3, because we only requested the original version. The minute we tend to...
Where is the original version? Where is the original version?
The state must know and the witness, my lord. They are both on the side of the state.
No.
Yes. The state and the witness must know.
Okay, fine.
Where that original version is. But as far as...
Any other thing?
It is still, my lord, my instruction that before we commence with the cross-examination, unless the court were to rule otherwise, we should be favored with that original version. And this is also based on the fact that already, my lord, on the typed version that the state is requesting that the defense should cross-examine this witness on, there's a conflict of interest. There are discrepancies.
What conflict of interest?
There are discrepancies in that statement.
No.
That therefore tempt us.
Please, don't conflate issues.
No, I'm not conflating issues.
You are. We're talking about
yes,
a a written statement.
Yes.
Is that not so? And this court hasn't seen it, and you are saying already in that statement there are conflicts. Are you understanding yourself?
I do, my lord, because the statement that I'm referring to, that I say, there is already some contradiction in the statement that has been already read on record.
No,
I partly addressed on that statement on Friday.
Mr. Minister, please.
Yes.
What has been read on record is a typed statement.
That's what I'm saying, my lord.
So what are you saying?
No, I am saying what further buttresses our quest to receive the original version of the statement, of the handwritten statement, because, my lord, it is because of the inconsistencies that we have already been able to identify in the typed version that brings us to, it tempts us, my lord.
How can you tell this court that there are inconsistencies when this court hasn't had sight of the written statement?
Or I thought, my lord, that I thought it had already been read into record.
Listen to me.
Yes, my lord.
How can you talk about inconsistencies which emanate,
yes, my lord,
and logically so,
yes,
from two different statements?
No. That's not what I'm saying, my lord. I am saying already in the statement that has been read on record, the typed version, on that statement itself, already there are inconsistencies. So that is tempting us to further believe that if we're to be finished with the handwritten statement, then the cork is going to crumble, my lord.
What?
The cork is going to crumble. I think my colleague used the word the other day that
are you finished?
I would therefore request, my lord, that the court grants us the indulgence and instruct the state to give us, as per this witness's testimony, the original, handwritten version of the statement.
This court.
That will be my submission, my lord.
Listen.
Yes.
This court is not going to interrogate this witness about that this witness should give this court a typed statement, a written statement.
Yes, my lord.
Because your submission is that the state is in possession of this witness's written statement. That's your submission.
Finally, my lord, and with due respect, I would humbly request, as per my instructions, that to lay this matter at rest, that the court should also consider, I'm requesting the court to also consider listening at what this witness said about that statement.
No. Fine.
Thank you, my lord.
I hear you.
Thank you.
Ms. Mshono?
As the court pleases, my lord. My lord, to begin with my address regarding the issue at hand, my lord, I will ask that we play the record. We have asked the registrar to zoom in where exactly.
Listen to me. I believe what you heard, and I accept it, that this witness said he made a a written statement. Fine.
Yes, ma'am.
I accept that.
Yes, ma'am. Then the next question, we have not been given an explanation by the state, my lord, regarding the whereabouts of the statement that the witness has referred to.
Fine. Has written.
A written statement.
Written
yes.
statement. Fine.
Yes,
Thank
because
you.
the witness, my lord, has referred to a written statement
Right.
which has not been submitted, my lord, to the defense.
Okay, fine. I hear you.
And my lord, my submission is that it is crucial that that statement, because the witness has confirmed under oath that he did make it, that statement should be produced in order to verify, my lord, the truthfulness
Statement should be produced by whom?
by the state, because the witness belongs to the state, my lord.
This is on the assumption that this witness has given the state the written statement.
My lord, I don't think he would have made, I agree, my lord, I don't think he would have made the statement for someone else or for any other intended purposes.
Okay, fine.
Yes, my lord, whether
Okay.
it was made with the investigating officer or by himself, but it should have landed to the state, my
Okay,
lord.
fine.
And now, my lord, we are faced with a typed version on which the witness has testified with. Therefore, the defense is asking for the original statement which the witness has referred to
Okay, fine.
and has not been submitted to the defense in order to verify truthfulness, the discrepancies, omissions, and everything, my lord.
Okay, fine.
Even the type statement, my lord, will recall that it was also produced during the trial. It was not.
I think
On the 31st of May,
Yes.
of July, you said.
Yeah, I think it's
Because this witness was, for some reason,
31st of May. Yes, 31st
Hello?
It was taken down on the 31st of May.
That's it.
2023, yes.
unless you say Mr. Baloyi is not telling this for the truth. This statement, according to Mr. Baloyi, was taken on the 31st of May, the typed one. Is that not so?
I think, my lord, Mr. Baloyi has answered to say this statement was not disclosed to the defense before the trial started.
Fine.
It was disclosed last week.
Fine.
Yes, my lord. Which is causing prejudice on the side of the state, because what we are asking now, my lord, with the original statement of the typed version, my lord.
Yeah, but Mr. Baloyi says this witness was threatened, and because he was threatened with death, and I emphasize it, he was taken under the Witness Protection Program. And Mr. Baloyi says the reason why, for instance, his name does not appear in the list of, because he's threatened with death. And Mr. Baloyi says, as a result of security reasons, this statement was only taken on the 31st of background, please.
My lord, my issue is not there regarding the fears and the protection and the safety of the witness, my lord. We understand everything. But my point is, my lord, at the time when this statement was disclosed to the defense, it ought to have been accompanied by the original statement, which the witness has referred to, but that was not done. But it appeared during trial, my lord, that the witness is still referring to that statement which he says he made.
Okay, fine.
Then my
So according to the defense, there are two statements.
there are two statements.
Statements.
my lord.
Fine.
Yes.
That's
yes.
basically what you're saying.
Yes, yes.
Right, fine.
And we all understand both statements, my lord. We know that that's common cause. And in this case, it did not happen, my lord. And all we are asking right now, if the state is not in possession of that statement, they ought just have to tell us that, no, we don't have that statement, which the witness referred to. And
But
then
Mr.
we can
sorry,
be able
but,
to...
But Mr. Baloyi has said that. Mr. Baloyi, haven't you said that the state is not in possession of a written statement by this witness?
Indeed, my lord. That's
Yeah,
what we
but-
said, and that's
That's what he says. He said it on Friday.
My lord, I missed that when the state made the admissions, because I had the state still referring to the notes, my lord.
Yes, the state refers to
yes. I am not
It's
referring...
not the state that refers to the notes as I'm sitting here. It's this witness which refers to the notes. Mr. Baloyi, is the state referring to the notes?
Well, we're referring to what this witness, the explanation of the witness.
What does it say?
We're referring to the fact that the witness says all that he had were notes that he kept, and from which the statement that was read into the record was compiled.
And the state does,
those notes.
does the state have those notes?
No, as I mentioned this morning, that the information that we received this morning is that those notes.
No, but that's why this court ordered that those notes or statements,
yes,
this witness must go to KZN
yes,
to fetch them. Because I understood to say the state doesn't have the statement, written statement,
yes,
and the state doesn't have the notes.
indeed.
That's why this court, in interrogating whether in fact there are two statements, requested this witness to travel to Natal despite the fact that he's under threat of being murdered
Yes,
and bring the notes to this court. That's why I made that order.
yes.
I wouldn't have made that order. Okay, fine. Yes, Mr. Msholo.
And then thank you, my lord, for taking that point further, because we need clarity on whether, what is it that is not available, because weight, my lord, is not the same. The witness has referred to the statement under oath. And if the statement is not available, it must be stated clearly on the record that the statement was made, it is not available to be produced to the defense.
Right.
And then if, my lord, the state case is that notes were made, but then they are not available to be produced to the defense, then it's something else, my lord, because the weight that these two statements or these two documents do not have the same weight.
Evidential value.
Yes,
Yes.
evidential value, my lord.
Right, okay, thank you. Any other thing?
Yes, my lord. And therefore, my lord, if the statement is not available and the submissions made by the state, my lord, especially, can I proceed to?
Aye, the whole day. I've got 2 years to hear
Okay, thank you. Thank you, my lord. Especially the submissions made by the state, my lord, which refers to paragraph 3, 4, and 5. I'll summarize them, my lord. I won't refer to them as they are. Referring to the contradictions or changes that are now being made in respect of accused number 5. Had accused number 5 been privy with the original statement that was made by the witness, would have been able to look at these discrepancies on his side, my lord, referring to the statements and the type statement, my lord, and also together with the viva voce evidence of the witness.
Okay, fine, I agree. That logically, that should be so.
Yes.
Okay.
As a result, my lord, the defense for the accused number 5 is prejudiced by the non-disclosure of the original statement, which the witness is making correction of as being referred to in paragraph 4, 5, and 6.
And this non-disclosure is by the state.
It's by the state.
Right.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
not the witness.
Yes, it knows by the state.
That's it, fine,
Yes,
fine.
yes.
Okay, any other thing?
It's by the state, my lord. And also the further submissions made by the state, my lord, in their heads of arguments referring to part B, privilege to part B, and the test to be applied. It's totally different to the case that we are dealing with right now, my lord, because here we are dealing with the interest of justice, that if it is true what the witness is referring to, then the original statement ought to have been produced to the defense. It is in the interest of justice that we know as to when the statement referred to was taken and what was contained, what was the content of that original statement, which has not been disclosed.
Okay.
And exactly on top of that, my lord, part B refers to the memorandums and other conversations between the police and investigating. We're not asking that. We're not demanding that. We're demanding the statement which forms part of a clip, which the defense is entitled to it. No reference to part B and C. That is not our submissions, my lord. And also, my lord, regarding the prejudice that the defense is suffering right now is that of having to conduct your trial or having to conduct your defense when the matter is being tried. This statement, my lord, contains...
How do you know?
Sorry, my lord?
How do you know?
No, my lord, I'm still addressing...
Yes, how do you know? This statement.
Why I'm saying that. This statement, I'm referring to the type 1.
Oh,
which
the
is
type
before us.
statement,
Yes.
not the written statement. Okay.
Yes, my lord. I'm referring to the type 1. I want to address his lordship regarding the prejudice. Because...
No, you know what? You're putting the cart before the wagon, or the horses before the cart and the wagon. We are here conducting an inquiry whether there is a written statement. That's what this case is, this inquiry is about. I've given you the leeway to compare what is in this written statement and what is supposed to be in the, what is in the type statement as opposed to what should be in the written statement. You can't do that. Logically you can't do that because we only have one statement in court at the moment. Is that not so?
One submission, my
yes,
lord. Just one. My lord, my submission is that accused number 5 will suffer prejudice if he continues cross-examination without having the original statement of this statement.
Yes, you are correct. That's why this court went out of his way to make an order that this witness should go and fetch all those statements or communications or notes, because Mr. Valoi says he does not have a written statement made by this witness. And I'm aware of the prejudice. That's why this court, in evening the playing fields, made that order. Any other judge maybe wouldn't have done that.
Thank you, my lord, and we really appreciate that.
Yes, of course.
Yes. Those are my submissions.
Right.
Yes.
Now, I don't want to have a look. Did you bring any other thing from Natal, KZN, which is handwritten?
KZN okubhaliwe ngesandla.
Akukho, my justice.
No, nothing, my lord.
You didn't get anything?
Akukho okutholile nje.
Akukho, Nkosi.
Nothing, my lord.
Nothing. Okay, fine. Now, there is evidence, and I'm quoting my learned colleagues here, that you say you have made a written statement.
Inkantolo ithi ke kunofakazi noma kukhona ufakazi okushiwo ke abameli lapha ukuthi kubufakazi bakho kuvike endlulile.
Uthe sit down. Yes.
Uthe umukhuluma la inkantolo wathi kune statement owasibhala wena ngesandla sakho. Bathi abameli yiloko okushilo wena ngevike endlule.
My justice, into bengikhuluma ngayo mangithi kunezinto ngiyibhale ngesandla kufana nakho ngalo statement esityipiwe ngiyabhala nje babe ngilungisa kulo ma mistake. Into engangikhuluma ngazo mhlawumbe ngangibhala i-date, mhlawumbe ngangibhale ku-newspaper or kwi-slip sasethilini or low notice engiyithole ukuthi kune-information
Asibambe kancane nje. What I was referring to, my lord, the witness is referring to this typed version where there are some corrections made on it. That I was referring where I would pick up that there's something, I would then correct that. Whether I was writing on a newspaper, I was writing on a receipt or a slip, but that is what I was referring to, my lord, when I said that I had wrote down. And
that's why ukuthi mayithune statement angisazi usithatha. Akekho noyiwani ngamenzela statement.
There's not a single person that I made a statement to except the statement that I made on the 31st. Hence then I'm surprised when he says that he's got a statement which I don't know where he or she took it from, but I've never made a statement except for the one of the 31st.
Right. Continuing this inquiry, do you know what is a statement?
Istatement uyazi ukuthi yini?
Yebo ngiyazi.
Yes, I do, my lord.
Do you know what is an affidavit?
Istatement esifungelwe affidavit uyazi ukuthi yini?
Yebo ngiyazi.
Yes, I do, my lord.
Now, before the 31st of May this year, were you ever called by the investigating officer or any other police official or officer to make a statement regarding this issue? to make a statement.
ngaphambi kwe-31 ikaMeyi kuwona lo nyaka ngaba ukhona yini iphoyisa noma ke umphenyi ke umseshi wecala elake lakubiza ngaphambi kwe-31 zikaMeyi la elathatha khona ke istatement kuwena mayela nalo daba lolu?
Akekho ngangamnikeza, my justice.
I gave a statement to no one, my lord.
Did you ever swear and take an oath to a statement which you made, which oath paraphrases, I acknowledge that the contents of this statement or affidavit are true and correct, and you signed it? Taking an oath before a police officer or a commissioner of oaths or a magistrate. Have you ever done that, sir?
Ingabe khona la khona ke owafunga khona ke lokho okubekwayo lapha ezantsi, I know and understand this, ngiyakufungela ukuthi lokho okubhalelana kuyiqiniso noma kungaphambi komanje khona la owenza statement kufungela khona?
Akekho, my justice.
None, my lord.
As a policeman of, you said 12 years experience.
12, yes, correct.
Have you ever taken a statement from a person
Wena ngokwakho
at the police station?
sikhona statement esoke wasithatha komunye umuntu e-police stage?
Yebo go.
Yes, my lord.
And after taking that statement, did you administer the oath to that person to swear to the truth and veracity that he acknowledges and understands the contents of the very statement which he has or she has given to you, and that she signs it and you append your signature as a police officer?
Yebo ngeke ngakwenza lokho.
Yes, I've done that, my lord.
So you know what a statement is.
Okusho ukuthi uyakwazi ukuthi i-statement ekuyini?
My justice ngeke ngathi my Friday ngathi akekho ngamnikeza statement sami. I was willing ukuthi statement sami ngisenze e-court ngoba bengazi ukuthi ozongithatha statement usisaphi futhi uzosenza.
Okay, sibambe lapho. I did say on Friday, my lord, that I gave my statement to no one because I didn't know as to the person that I was going to depose a statement to. Where is that person going to take my statement and do what with my statement?
What are those documents, sir?
Yini leyo iphethe?
Isona statement sami ngasenza bangenzele icopy yaso.
They made this is the statement, my lord. It's the typed one.
Can
They
you
made
give
a
it
copy
to
for me.
No, can you give it to Mr. Baloyi and all the defense attorneys, and then me as the last person? You've made notes on that statement.
Unama notes owenzile lapha ne?
Ngenzile ya la bengangicorrecta.
Yeah, fine.
Where I was
but I'm
correcting,
saying-
my lord.
Water. Yeah, the court has in its possession the type statement by Mr. Zungu, which statement was elicited through the integris of Mr. Ramosipidi. And I can see that there are markings, correction, whether there is a second statement which is written as alleged by Mr. Mnisi through his client, accused number 3. It gives Mr. Mnisi instructions that there is a written statement signed by this accused. Is that accused number 3 or 2 or what? 3 or 4? Yes, fine.
It is not him who says that.
Hello?
It is the record, my lord. It
No,
is
no,
not
no,
him, it's
please,
the record.
Mr.
Yes.
Mnisi, just sit down.
Thank you, ma'am.
You told me you had instructions from your client that he knows that this witness made and signed a written statement. That's the judgment I'm busy with now. Mr. Mnisi, please.
Yes, it is the court.
Yes. He said you got instructions. This court doesn't know where the third accused had sight of the statement, because this is not disclosed by Mr. Mnisi, because that's privileged information, and this court doesn't have to know that. But I take the word of an officer of this court, Mr. Mnisi, that he has instructions that his client is aware that there exists a written statement signed by this Mr. Zungu. Okay. The assessment of the evidential value of the notes, for instance, which Mr. Zungu says he made, regarding the alleged notes which he says he wrote, and from which he says the statement which was typed was extrapolated therefrom. It is the function of this court to ascertain the veracity of that assertion. This court is obliged, if the defense raises the possibility of the existence of an affidavit, meaning the statement which is signed by this accused and which is allegedly handwritten and which is supposedly, as argued by the defense, exists simultaneously and contemporaneously with the typed statement of this very accused. This statement was deposed to before Colonel Ginanda and typed by a certain Miss Mokhatle. Sorry, is it, who was typing it, Miss?
What's that job, man?
Yes, Sergeant Mokhatle.
Mokhatle.
Yes, fine. Which was allegedly typed by Miss Mokhatle. And this statement has been disclosed by the prosecution, represented by Mr. Baloyi, and according to the defense, there's another statement which exists, which is handwritten, which has not been disclosed and which has not been furnished to the defense. This is a very serious imputation of mendacity by the defense against Mr. Baloyi, who is an officer of this court. To put it in plain language, Mr. Baloyi is being accused of harboring a statement which should have been disclosed to this court, which is a very serious infringement if that could happen. He could be struck off the roll of advocates by failing to disclose information which this court is entitled to and the defense are entitled to arrive at a just and reasonable and justifiable conclusion of this trial. And this imputation of mendacity to Mr. Baloyi by the defense is contrary to the prescripts of the Criminal Procedure Act and also contrary to the prescripts and demands of the oath Mr. Baloyi took to advance the interests of justice by obeying the prescripts of the Constitution and the law, namely the criminal law and criminal procedure of this country. Since the judgment of State of Shabalala and others versus Attorney General of the Transvaal and another 1995-12, 1593 Constitutional Court regarding the defense's qualified right to copies of the statement in the police docket, the defense is entitled to be furnished with same. The court does not have, this court does not have the legal right to peruse the docket, but the court has to interrogate the defense's assertion of the alleged existence of a handwritten affidavit as alleged by the defense, because a prosecutor's sacrosanct duty is that he is obliged in terms of the law to disclose every document which the state intends using in attempting to prove his case beyond a reasonable doubt. That every document of that nature should be disclosed to the defense. And just to go back to history, in R versus Stein, 1954-1 SA 324 AD, this observation by Judge Nicholas, he states that that decision of the AD has eliminated the hunting ground which has been opened by accused persons by the decision of R versus H, 1952-4 SA 344T. In that case, it was held that there was no privilege which entitles a witness for the Crown in a criminal case to refuse to produce the statements of other witnesses when called upon to do so. In Stein's case, however, the appellate division has held that there is a class of privilege not specifically referred to in the decided cases and textbooks which protects and the state such statements from disclosure. After Chabalala, that legal precept was eventually enunciated to be unconstitutional. Consequently, every prosecutor in this country knows that he has to disclose the documents on which a case of the state is based on. And I don't believe that Mr. Baloyi can risk the entire career he has built up over years as a senior advocate. I don't know what he would gain, because it is not the duty of a prosecutor, he is not an instructed counsel, to defend or act as an attorney or advocate of a witness in a case. The duty of a prosecutor is to present the case of the prosecution to the court for it to adjudicate and consider. It is a truism which is trite in our law that a prosecutor does not have the sacrosanct duty of pursuing a conviction at all costs. No, that's not his duty. The prosecutor's duty is to present evidence to court. It is not his duty to seek a conviction. If any prosecutor in South Africa seeks a conviction, then he doesn't know his duties as a prosecutor. The prosecutor presents evidence before this court. And even if there is evidence which contradicts the veracity and authenticity of the state case, the prosecutor is obliged to bring that evidence to the court. Consequently, for instance, a witness makes a statement and deviates from the statement. It is the duty of the prosecutor to bring it to the attention of the court that this witness has deviated from the statement which he has made. And I don't mention the deviation which is induced by intimidation, as we know happened in this court. So the duty of a prosecutor is to assist the court in the ascertainment of the truth. See in this regard State versus N 1988-3, South African Law Reports 450, it's an AD case, where for a variety of reasons it is stated that the prosecutor may have written notes of a witness but did not disclose them in this particular case. The prosecutor thought that these notes were not important. And because of this error of judgment, that error of judgment of a prosecutor not disclosing the notes which the prosecutor had access to after being given those notes by a witness. But in this case, this witness doesn't say he gave the prosecutor notes. But in this case, in 1988-3, S versus N, the prosecutor was pertinently given notes, handed notes by a witness. But the prosecutor did not disclose or discover those notes to the defense because he thought they were not important for the case. The Appellate Division, SCA, held that amounted to the breach of the prosecutorial general duty because he had to disclose those notes. See also in this regard S versus Charlie. It's a 1991 2 SA, particularly at page 52. It's an EC, Eastern Cape decision, regarding the important prosecutorial role prosecutors play in the criminal procedure. Sorry, I wrote this thing last night. Yeah. In the textbook by Himstra, Criminal Procedure, this is the 5th edition, printed in May 2018. He states that making the police docket available to the defense after the initial uncertainty regarding the status of the police docket, the Constitutional Court in Shabalala and others versus the Attorney General of the Transvaal and another set out the position regarding the defense's right to the statements in the police docket. It amounts to this: the defense is entitled before the trial, but not for the purposes of a bail application, to all the statements in the police docket, except a prima facie entitlement to access, and the state must advance justifiable grounds of refusal. In this regard, the case of Pinatiau versus the state and others, 217-1 SACR 354 Eastern Cape. This is not the case in this, as alluded to in these reports. Mr. Baloyi, who is an officer of this court, tells this court and has told his contemporary colleagues that he does not have a written statement by this witness, Mr. Zungu. Mr. Zungu, I agree, may have stated that he has made a written statement, but today, now, I have asked Mr. Zungu pertinently, who is a police officer, he's not a lay person, whether he has made a written statement which he has deposed to under oath and signed, and he says none. The only statement he has deposed to is a statement that was made on the 31st of May, 2023, before Colonel Binanda, and it was typed by Mr. Setlogelo. There is a fundamental difference between a statement, a police statement, and a witness statement. The imputation by the defense is that the state, as the Dominus Litus, has refused to hand in and disclose the written statements. Mr. Baloyi, on behalf of the state, says that is not so. See in this regard the case of State versus Sehule, 2015 2 SACR 196. It's an SCA case. And see also in this regard the case of S versus Gandu, 1981 1 SA 997 TK at 998 paragraph E to G. And I'm quoting this case in this regard that formerly, before blacks were appointed to the bench, white South African judges relied exclusively on the interpretation of an interpreter, and I'm not attacking you in any manner. So in this court, they say the court can use its own linguistic knowledge as part of a witness's evidence and demeanor, even when an interpreter is used. And this is supported as long as the presiding officer therein clarifies with the witness on record via the interpreter that he intends using such knowledge, on what forms the basis, and to what extent such knowledge is used. And the court has the duty, for instance, to form the view if the interpretation does not accord to the court's understanding, because the court understands that language, like this judge, who is a black man, not an Englishman. I listen, and when the interpretation is not apt, I intervene. And C lawyers say this judge is interfering. But there's legal precedence in our courts that a judge who understands the language of the witness, if there's an interpretation lacuna, he can fill it up. Because the court understands the words recorded in the original language. But the accused must be informed that the court understands the words and confirms through the interpreter, and must also be recorded in the English of recordal, because we don't write judgments in Tsonga or Sotho or Zulu. We write them in English. See in this regard as versus Ndala, 1996-3, All South African Reports, 65, Cape. And just briefly, some people may just think I have just cross-examined this witness about whether in fact he made a written statement or not. This is from the inherent rights this court has to attach value, evidential value, to the proceedings or statements made by the accused in this court. And this court is entitled, in terms of legal precedence, to direct the proceedings of this court so that justice is done and it is seen to be done. That is why this court, for instance, made the remarks that some of the accused here intimidated a witness. See in this regard, S versus Ngabinde, 1989-2, SA 421, Natal. Consequently then, that is why when Mr. Mnisi was beginning with his cross-examination, I had to intervene, because Mr. Mnisi was insistent that there is a document, a statement, a handwritten statement which has not been disclosed to him, that consequently his client will suffer prejudice. The same sentiment is being alluded to by Ms. Mshololo, and with the concurrence of his legal colleagues. I also am of that view that if Mr. Baloyi, and I don't think he did that, refused or hid a written statement which is signed by this witness, which witness says he did not sign any written statement. If Mr. Baloyi, for instance, at the risk of his career, would not disclose the written statement, and by the way, Mr. Mnisi's instructions don't include the assertion that I saw this statement, written statement, which was signed by Mr. Zungu at such and such a place. No. It's a carousel assertion that this witness has signed a written statement. There's no further particularity to say, I saw it, I was in so-and-so's office, I was being interrogated, and I was shown this written statement by the arresting officer or the investigating officer, and I saw this written statement signed by Mr. Zungu, and I was referred to its contents in the interview by Colonel so-and-so or Police Sergeant so-and-so. No, it's a blank statement. There is a written statement signed by the accused. No further particularity. So, the defense's cross-examination, which was supposed to be predicated on the alleged written affidavit or statement, that statement was not before court, and this court, that statement must be brought to this court by Mr. Zungu, or the notes must be brought to this court, because Mr. Baloyi, who is an officer of this court, says, I don't have that statement. I'm not even aware of it. So, as a consequence, the court had to intervene in the interest of justice to investigate and inquire as to whether there was indeed a written affidavit or statement which was not disclosed and was not presented in court as an evidential document, and neither was there any notes written by this witness. Notes don't exist. Mr. Baloyi tells me that the investigation, meaning the investigating officer and his colleagues, say those notes were shredded. See in this regard, S versus Piri, 1973, 3, 538, up to 541A. This is an SCA decision. Which regards the allegation about unproven documents, which the witness also cannot prove. The same thing here. Mr. Mnisi, together with his client, accused number 3, they cannot prove the existence of this document. See also the case of Howard and Decker, the Vetkoppen Agencies versus Four-Way Estates, Pty Ltd versus De Souza, 1971-3, South African Law Reports 937, Transvaal, at 940 E to H. Consequently, this court is also aware that if there is no written statement upon which Mr. Mnisi has to base his cross-examination, this court will obviously hold that that evidence may not be introduced under the cloak of cross-examination. See, in this regard, State versus Nkwanyama, 1978-3, SA 404, it's a Natal case, and also see State versus Hepworth, 1928, because the imputation of mendacity by the defense that the witness has made a previous handwritten statement, affidavit, has not been shown, has not been proved. And the legal principle is that a trial is not a scientific experiment where certain reactions lead to exact results. It is a fallible process which forms or attempts to form a view with reasonable confidence and findings. And the court has to weigh this method because it invokes and enjoins the court to weigh the relative merits of different methods to test the reliability of the factual fundamentals. One is such a method is to weigh the relative merits of different views of fact against each other by bringing them into the confrontation with each other. Phipson, in his seminal book on evidence, the 7th edition, 1930, at page 460, which was quoted with approval in the following cases: R versus M, 1946 AD, 1023 at 1028, and S versus Van As, 1991-2, SACR 74, Witwatersrand, at 108, page 108, paragraph C to H. These do not constitute principles cast in stone. So, consequently, where a witness's credibility and honesty, like this witness's credibility and honesty, and this is not evaluating his evidence in the trial, please don't misunderstand me. It's concerning the inquiry which this court has conducted regarding the existence or non-existence of a written statement. Now, the law says a witness's credibility regarding this exigency, if and honesty, if it is assailed. Elementary fairness requires that the witness should be given an opportunity to answer to the intended accusation, namely that the deposed handwritten affidavit concerning this matter does not exist. See in this regard the case of the President of the Republic of South Africa versus others, that is versus the South African Rugby Football Union and others. This is a case where our President, Nelson Mandela, was taken to task by some judge about a commission of sports instituted by the late Steve Tshwete. This is a 1999 10 case, BCLR 1059, Constitutional Court, 2001 SA, Constitutional Court, at paragraph 61 to 63. And also see in this regard State versus Buzak, 2003 SA 381 SCA, on pages 51 to 54. Where it was remarked in that context that a criminal case or criminal cases are not conducted with trickery and traps. The presiding officer in a criminal case is not simply an umpire, but controls the proceedings and has to evaluate the evidence to make a final decision. Okay. And this, of course, is to avoid the trifling away of precious court time And last but not least, is to see that justice is done. In the case of R versus S, 1958 3 SA 667 Natal, the court is admonished not to allow this of an alluded to document. And consequently, the court may, in interrogating such a discourse or diversion, at any stage, intervene for the elucidation regarding that exigency. See, for instance, S versus Raul, 1982 1 SA 828. It's an appeal court decision. And for instance, this court believes that it has complied with the guidelines as set out by the AD that the presiding officer should be aware of and should not transgress. 1, the court must not conduct its questioning in an impartial way, so that its impartiality can be doubted. The court must not take part in the case to such an extent, it mustn't intervene to such an extent that the court obscures the point in issue. See in this regard also State versus De Villiers, 1984 1 SA 519 at 543 to 548. And also see in this regard S versus Musianyani, 1998 1 SACR 583 at 599 J, sorry, at 596 J to 597 J. And also see in this regard R versus Rosing, 1956 4 SA 509 A. And also see in this regard S versus Seguatla, 1967 4 SA at 506A up to 568H. And also see the case of Van Zyl, 1989 at versus the magistrate. And also see the case of S. Chabela at 29G to 30E. And also see the case of Dolingebo, 2016 1 SACR 329 SCA at paragraph 25 to paragraph 26. And the court has also had recourse to section 166 of the Criminal Procedure Act and also 167 of the Criminal Procedure Act. And consequently, this court was careful not to cross-examine this witness because the court is enjoined to remain impartial, and that this should be evident from the nature and scope of the examination, that the presiding officer should not enter the arena, be seen to be impartial. And the perception through the conduct of the court should not be created that a presiding officer takes over the role of the prosecutor, but the right of the presiding officer to question any accused in clarification or to question a witness in clarification is manifestly limited to elucidation or clarification of the evidence presented. And the court must bear in mind that as an umpire, it is obliged to see that justice is done, and it must bear in mind the bona fide attempts to see that justice is done and must be perceived as impartial. For that reason, a careful balance must be maintained between interference and detachment. See in this regard, S versus Gerber, 1997 to SACR 601 SCA at 607 A to C. See also in this regard, S versus Meyiwa, 1997, all South African law reports 351 NC, 1997, also 1 SACR to A to F, and also see the State versus Van der Berg, 1995, 4 BCLR 479, which is a Namibian case, 1996, SACR 19, from page 64F to from F to I. So, the court has utilized its discretion to decide whether certain evidence is essential or not, and in the exercise of its discretion, which cannot be interfered with, if it is exercised judiciously, this court finds that no written statement exists. Okay.
Udaba la bekhulunywa ngalo ilolu alishilo uma eqala ke kwiviki eliphelile ubaba umnisi ukuthi ke uthe uma ulalela wena accused number 3 kanye naye ke nathola ukuthi ufakazi uthe kune statement awayesenzile. Ithi inkantolo yingakho ke isize yafika ke siyasinqumo sokuthi kwiviki elindlule ufakazi ahambe ukuthi aye eKZN uyobhekwa ke lawo ma notes noma lokho nje okwabhalwa phansi. Uma sebuya ke namhlanje uthi cha akuna statement engasibhala mina kanye ke nama notes la ebekhulunywa ngawo kutholakele ukuthi awekho. Lana phambi kwakhe unalesi statement ekuyisona lesi ebesilana vele ekubhalwe kusona athi yiko lokho bekhuluma ngakho ukuthi la bebona khona ukuthi kunephutha ubese yalungisa khona kodwa hayi ukuthi kune statement awasenza ngaphandle kwalesi sange yi31 zika May kuona lo nyaka ka 2013 asikho esinye asitholakala noma no hayi ukuthi asitholakala asikho ama notes la angatholakala. Uma ke inkantolo isilalele inhlangothi zonke ke umshushisi abameli isifikelela ke manje kwesinqumo esithi asikho istatement nanje ngoba ufakazi eshilo esikutholakala ukuthi ufakazi wasenza ngaphandle kwalesi esathi uma ebhala phansi enza lawo ma notes base bona ke betype lokhu akushoyo noma lokhu ayekubhale kuma notes ngaphandle kwalesi inkantolo ithola ukuthi asikho esingesinye istatement yilesi kuphela istatement sakhe awasenza lesi asenze kulonyaka nge31 zika May 2013 phambi kwakhe uKenneth Gininda.
Sorry, what time is it, Mr.?
Almost 12 o'clock.
Oh, is that so? Okay. Mr. Mnisi, you can commence your cross-examination from the start.
Please, the court, Madam. On that point, Madam, Mr. Ramusipilo on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, something that he wanted to address the court on,
okay, fine,
before I start with my cross-examination.
Problem.
As the court pleases, my lord, I'm indebted. My lord, part of the reason why I did not prepare heads of argument in this argument and inquiry is that I was instructed by accused number 1 and 2 to travel over the weekend to the northwest to consult with their relatives. They gave me numbers in order for us to further pursue the evidence being led by Mr. Zungu. In that respect, my lord, I beg to reopen my cross-examination before Mr. Munisi proceeds.
No problem.
As the court pleases, my lord.
No problem. Mr. Baloi, any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
I'm sorry, my lord. In fact, I did inform Mr. Baloi as well in the morning when I left.
ukuthi ebeceliweke ukuthi nanje ngoba imele u1 and 2 ukuthi ahambe ke ayokhulumisana nabomndeni eNorthwest manje ke useyacela ukuthi aphinde abuzeke lo fakazi mile nalapho ebeyobabona eNorthwest.
Sir, I'm going to deal with your current statement, the 31st of May statement, and I want to deal with it point by point as you went through it, because I've received instructions pertaining to most of your testimony viva voce and in that statement.
Ngizokubuza ke mayelana nestatement sakho ke istatement sakho ngokulandelana kanye naloku okushilo la enkantolo.
Now, on the 26th of October 2014, what was the special occasion for Gwabini to call you to come to Phosphorus Hostel where he resided?
Kwakuyini ke ekhethekile noma kwakuyini ke occasion nge 26 ka October 2014 le eyenza ke ukuthi uGwabini akubize ukuthi uze hostela Phosphorus?
Ukuphendula nama anginalwazi ngiyafisa uthola impendulo yakho ukuthi kwakuyini enibizelwe yona.
To answer you, I have no knowledge. It is also my wish to know as to what it is that he had called me for.
Now, I'm going at Syria team, like I said, at Syria team that is one after the other, paragraph by paragraph. Now, I'm going to touch on paragraph 2 of your statement in which you say that accused number 2 is your cousin. Is that still your assertion, correct?
Usasho namanje ukuthi umzala wakho noma ukhazini wakho umsola wesibili?
Ngicabanga ukuthi uma ngithi cousin ngoba uzalwa ngithi uzalo lakithi cousin wami.
When I say that it's my cousin because he is by birth, he is of my family.
Ngike ngachaza mhlambe ngathi uzalwa ugogo wami ongizalayo ugogo wakubo. Should mangithi ugogo wami uMantanzi yena ugogo wakhe makuthena ka yena kukantanzi ngeke ngize ngikuphike lokho.
And also I did mention it that my grandmother is from the Ntanzi family, and if it is that he is disputing that he is from the Ntanzi family, then I wouldn't know.
He doesn't at all dispute that he's an Ntanzi, and in fact he does confirm that your father and his father are cousins.
Akaphiki ukuthi wakwantanzi kodwa akakushoyo ukuthi ubaba wakho kanye nobaba wakhe ke bawo cousin.
Your comment?
Uthini?
Ukuthi ubaba wami nobaba wakhe ama cousin.
Yes.
Nazi kanjalo na.
That's how I know it as well.
But however, that he does not know your father and he does not know the grandmother that you speak about because he was born in 1990, so the people are too old for him to know.
What does that mean?
Witness is laughing.
No, Mr. How does he know then that his father is his father's cousin?
I'm coming to that, my lord.
No. That makes sense for this court to understand.
Yes, I'm coming to that because he said after your testimony here, that's why he sent me to phone around. That's when he was advised through me that the grandmother, he does not know. I learned that from his brother, that is Njabuseli Ntanzi, who will come and verify that in this court, and also Zolitini Ntanzi will say he does not know the grandmother.
Ilokho angifonela thi ke angiyobona laba bakibo wazwile kamagama wabizile laba kwantanzi bazoza bazosho ukuthi yena nanjengoba ehlezi lapha yana ke akamazi ugogo lo wena okhuluma ngayo.
angazi noma mhlambe uyizwile yini ubaba uthe ubaba wakhe nobaba wami akazi.
Okay, Bandla, I don't know whether you heard yourself when you said that his father and my father are cousins, yebo? Ngaqhubeka.
So angazi ukuthi makuthi uyamazi ukuthi ugogo ufike ngonyaka ofile noma ngalo yandlule mhlambe mina ngibeleke enze njani kuma ukuthi ugogo wafe ngamazi yena ngoba mncane.
Now that the grandmother passed away in a certain year, now what is it that I should now do when he says or alleges that the grandmother passed away when he was young?
Okay. Now, without compromising your security, can you tell us where you grew up? Because there are where you grew up, you didn't grow up with accused number 2 and some of his brothers that I've mentioned, Mjabuliseni and Zweli Ntanzi.
Ngaphandle kokucompromise ke i-security noma i-safety yakho ke ngabe ukhulele kuphi futhi ke la owakhulela khona ke yena uthi umsolo wesibili awukhulanga naye kanye nabafowabo umjabuliseni kanye noZweli.
Mhlambe mawungabuyela nje ngoba ubuthi uzamukula statement zami ngithe kuyi-statement zami abanye babo ngikhule nabo bebancane ngabashiya emakhaya.
Okay.
Ukukhula nabo ngishintshana ngaze ngikhule nomuntu so kodwa ngikhule nabo same area abathi bona suka khona ubaba wami. Angazi uma ukuthi mhlambe uthi bona ngikhule nabo usho ukuthini ngoba ngiyasho ukuthi ngikhulele nabo ngoba bazobaba shothi bayazi ukuthi ngikuphi ekhaya nami ngiyazi ukuba kubuphi.
If when I rectified or corrected my statement, I did mention that I grew up with some of them, but left them when they were still young. Not that to say that we grew up for a very long time. And if they then say that they know, or he says that he knows my father, meaning that he knows where it is that I grew up.
Now, before the alleged incident of the 26th of October at Fosloras, did you ever meet accused number 2 before?
Ngaphambi kwalehlakalo saseSlola sange-26 sika October 2014, ingabe phambi kwalokho, phambi kwaleso sigameko leso, wahlangana noma wake wahlangana yini naye accused number 2?
Yebo ngangambona.
Yes, I saw him.
Ngasemakhaya.
Back home.
Ngasemakhaya meaning exactly where?
Kuphi nendawo?
Must he disclose where he lives so that he must be killed? I thought you were considerate. You didn't want him to disclose
Let me
his
leave it there.
whereabouts because of his
let's-
safety being compromised.
Okay, then the version that I must put to you is that accused number 2 says he's never met you before and he only saw you from last week Thursday when you came to testify at this trial.
Thakakaze wahlangana nawe yena uqale ukubona ngqa esine kwiviki endlule uma uza la inkantolo uzonikeza ngobufakazi.
And so sorry.
Noma ulahlwa zihlobo kwesinye isikhathi kumele kwamukele.
Even if you are deserted or abandoned by family at times, you need to accept that.
And accused number 2 further denies that he knew or he knows who Gwabini is.
Yakuphika nokuthi uyamazi ukuthi uGwabini ubani. Is a remark how
Ngicela ungaphawuli.
may I not comment because I'm thinking of family.
And on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, the suggestion is that, sorry, my lord, I see accused number 1 is raising his hand. May I approach, my lord?
Yes.
Thank you, my lord, I'm indebted. the bottom line is this. Your answer is that you are saying that when family, repeat that for me, sorry, that answer that, Maula Tlaitla was something to that effect.
Can I almost attend to this?
Yes.
Okay. Uthi ucela uphinde kunaloko kushilo ke noma ulahla umndeni kumele ukwamukela.
Oh, yes. Okay. The bottom line is this, and I'm not going to belabor that point. Accused number 2 says he hasn't met you, he hasn't grown up with you. In fact, he's 4 years younger than you as well.
Uthi akakaze ahlangana nawe akakhulanga nawe futhi ke mncane yena ngeminyaka ewu4 kuwena.
Ngicabanga ma withdraw mhlambe khona Friday ukuthi ubuze ngokuthi sihlobana kanjani sikhulelephi kanjani ngicabanga ukuthi kube wena owithdraw lokho. Angazi noma ubuyela kulokho ngize ngabonga ngathi ngiyabonga mawukuthi accuse number 1 uyakwemukela lokho.
When you said on Friday that you were withdrawing the question that you were having as to where we grew up, I even said thank you with regards to that, and I also thought or accepted that accused number 1 also welcomed that.
So sorry, did I say accused number 1 or 2?
Uthi yena ukhuluma ngo-number 2.
Oh, ukhuluma ngo-accused number 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Baby bancane kimi.
Yes, they were young, they are younger than me.
Okay. Now, on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, in paragraph 2 of your statement, when you said Gwabeni told you that his homeboys were coming, accused number 1 and 2, they were not part of the group of the homeboys that you refer to in paragraph 2.
Just a moment. Gwabeni told me. Oh yeah. Uthi ke number 1 no number 2 yena ke babengababona babengasiyona ke ingxenye yalabo ama homeboys la uGwabeni wayekutshela ngawo ukuthi nabo bayeza. Bathi bona ke abekho la kulama homeboys okwakhulunywa ngawo la.
Vele umakhelwane ba mhlambe mayithi ama homeboys amanye engabe bala mhlambe accused number 3 4 5 bona mhlambe engathi umakhelwane bakho or umuzwa kaSibiya kwangadinga ukuthathi ama homeboys.
Yes, indeed. Maybe he was also referring to my neighbors because 3 4 5 umakhelwane.
Umakhelwane umuzi.
Okay.
Should mighty homeboys wayibala bonke abantu basendawo.
All right. When you refer to homeboys, he was now referring to all those that are from the village or are from the area. And then wasuthi uma wayezothi umuzi uma kwenze njani?
Mhlawumbe kuba wayezothi mayikhuluma ethi ufuna ukubona umuzwa ivele akubeke straight athi umuzwa ufuna ukubona.
If it was that Muzi is the one that wanted to see me, then he would have just said it direct that Muzi wants to see you.
Okay, let's move on to paragraph 3 of your written statement, typed out statement. I'm sorry, let me not say written, typed out statement. Now you state in paragraph 3 that upon arrival at Gwabeni's place, you found him and other boys from Nongoma who you know because you all grew up with from the same area. Who are you referring to as the boys that grew up in the same area?
Mase ngifika ke khona noma sengifica kwaGwameni kanye ke nabanye ke ababuya kwaNongoma.
Yeah, no.
Uthi lana ke ukhuluma ngobani la ukhuluma ngabo lapho?
Mangicabanga manguphendula nje ngithe abantu ababelapha endlini kwangayena umuntu oyedwa kwangayena futhi umuzi noma afika o abathathu laba bangaba kodwa kwakukhona abangasekhaya including usinakho mawubheka ngekambala ukuthi kwakukhona usinakho baningi futhi ababekhona kodwa bengathanda ukuveza amagama abantu ababekhona kungenasidingo.
When I mentioned it or when I said this, that I did say that it was not only one person who was there. There were a lot of people. It was not Muzi, it was not only Mafiga or the other three gentlemen, but there were others as well. I also did not want to make mention of names without any reason for me to do that. There were also the likes of Sinako and others. There were many from back home.
And you further state that some of the boys you haven't seen for decades. What do you mean that you haven't seen the boys for decades?
Kunalana ukhulumayo ukuthi ke abanye iminyaka decades ngingasababoni. Musho ukuthini?
Njoba ngisho ukuthi mangihamba bengihamba mhlawumbe umnye ngamboni omunye ngiyobuya esekhulile omunye ngiyobuya ngamtholanga kulokho amangifikile mhlawumbe angiyukumbona so kuyoba iminyaka ukuthi omunye ngisamkhumbula engakanani kodwa lo yakubani ingakho kwabe ayengenza le introduction yabo.
As I've said or mentioned that I would leave the others maybe young, I would come back, the others would have grown. When I come back, the others are no longer there, or are not staying there, or I don't see the other one. Hence, Kwabeni then had to do the introduction as to who is who.
Now from that pertaining to accused number 1 and 2, who have you not seen for decades?
Ngokumayela ke no number 1 no number 2, ubani kubona sebunama decades ungasamboni.
No Muzi ngisho ukuthi bengamboni.
I would say Muzi I haven't seen
5 years, 7 years, 8 years.
Maybe 5, 7, 8 years.
Ngibona nje futhi sela igole esekhulile. Ngingazi nayo sesegole.
I saw him here in Gauteng and he was grown up. I also didn't know that he was here in Gauteng.
A decade in my knowledge is 10 years and above, it's not 7 years.
Are we going to split hairs, please? Are we going to split hairs?
Am I, my lord?
Are we going to split hairs? 10 years, 5 years, 7 years? The witness is conveying the concept that is years, decades. That's how people talk. I haven't seen you for decades.
Yeah.
Maybe he's even shortening that with 1 hour. Are we going to now say...
Then you proceed in paragraph 3 to state further that Gwabini introduced you to Carlos and in bracket is Gada and his real name you say it's Mutobisi Ngube Mafika Bongani Ntanzi Mtokozisi Mapisa. You see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Ngiyakubona lokho.
Now, why would it be necessary for Gwabini to introduce you to Bongani because he's your cousin?
Manje ke kwakho yini isidingo sokuthi aze akuintroduce ke nakubongani ngoba yena cousin wakho.
Njoba bekusengishilo ngathi bengahlali nabo. Mhlawumbe amunye bengasalikhumbula igama lakhe bese ngikhumbuza ukuthi lo nombe uyamkhumbula kwakubani. And khona amagama besibizana ngawo mhlawumbe bebengazi ngalo. Nami nje lelo balibiza la icourt bayaqabuka ukulazi bebazi ukuthi nguzo.
As I've already said that others I haven't seen for a very long time. And he would then say or remind me, do you remember who this is? And there are names that would refer to each other by. Even the name that are being referred to here in court, that came as a surprise to them.
And you proceed further by stating that you did not need to be introduced to, and I'll state them by accused number 1 and 3, but there you give the names because you are used to them and you see them often. You see that part where you say
1 and
3, that will be
paragraph 3.
Muzisi Biya and Carlos Ntubisisi Gadla.
Lana ke uyasho yes, the witness acknowledges.
So you say those 1 and 3, you saw them often. How often did you see them and where did you see them?
Uthi buvamise ukubabona ke 1 and 3, buvamise ukubabona kuphi?
Njengo qale ngoba accuse number 1
uthi 1 and 3.
Yes.
Okay, 1 and 3. Umuzi bengimbona ekhaya mangifikile mhlambe maye kudala sakhula bengimbona lapha.
I would see Muzi back home upon arrival. Maybe if he would be playing there, I would then see him.
Then uCarlos bengimbuza mangifika lapha na uzwangikhumbuza ukuthi uyamkhumbula uGadla.
I was asking about
ngakho kubhaliwe lapho ukuthi akabuthelezi ngoba ngangazi ukuthi ungakabuthelezi.
And then
ngikhumbuza.
He was reminding me about Gadla because I asked about him upon my arrival there. Hence it is, do you remember Gadla or Carlos? Hence it is written there, Buthelezi, because I knew him as a Buthelezi.
Now, accused number 1 still stands by the submission and a suggestion that I put to you on Friday that he only met you here in Tembisa when you were in the company of Gwabini for the first time.
Sorry. Are you aware what you're saying? He only met you in Tembisa.
That's
Well, in
Malot,
other
let me
words, he
approach.
places himself in the area.
Let me
Please.
take
I
proper.
want to be fair to you. Because I recall that he was nowhere near the alleged scene of the alleged murder of Senzo.
My Lord, we are not talking about
Okay, go.
This is Tembisa, not Fosloras. That's the submission that he said I must put to
So
you.
he was in Tembisa.
He was in Tembisa.
Okay,
The
fine,
incident happened in Fosloras.
Okay.
uthi uqala ukungibona eThembisa.
Thembiso uhamba noGwabini.
No, hayi ngeke ngimphikise kodwa mina ngithi nganginaye false loras ngaleli langa yimi engamshiya futhi.
I wouldn't dispute what he's saying, but I was with him in Fosloras and I am the one who dropped him.
And on that aspect, he says in 2013, before he moved back home in March of 2013, at all times when he was still residing at the hostel, he was residing at Basutini Hall. He wasn't, Basutini section of the hostel. He didn't stay outside, so there was no need for you to go and drop him somewhere. If that's your
Akushoyo ukuthi ke ngo2013 ngaphambilini kokuthi ahambe kabuyele emakhaya noma abuyele ekhaya ke wayehlala khona ke eBasuthwini hostel sasingekho ke kwakungeke kubekho sidingo ke sokuthi uhambe uyomdropa ngaphandle ngoba wayehlala khona phakathi eBasuthwini hostel.
Sorry, is this hostel in Fosloras, the Basutini hostel?
Yes, he was staying there up to 2013 March. Then he went home from there, came back in 2015 according to my instructions.
And so he was residing at Basutini hostel?
He was residing at Basutini hostel.
Okay.
Uthi ke uye wahlala ke eBasuthwini hostel kodwa ke wahamba ngoMarch ka2013 ngaphambi kokuthi abuyeke ngo2015 abuyele khona eGoli.
Ngicabanga ukuthi kuyobe kwanele lokho engushoyo ukuthi ngamdropa umuzi ngalelo langa.
I think that which I've said would be enough, that I dropped Muzi on that day.
And accused number 1 and 2 instruct me and reiterate their denials that they were at Fosloras at a party hosted by Gwabini on the 26th of October 2014.
Bameleke kuloko abakushoyo ukuthi nje baphikisana ke bona baphika ke bona ukuthi ngazo i26 ka October 2014 babe se hostel eFosloras kwi party eyayenziwe uyena uGwabini.
Angeke ngibaphikise mabethi bayakuphika lokho kodwa mina ngoqinisekisayo babe khona futhi ngababona.
I won't dispute if they say that they are denying that, but what I am ascertaining here is that they were there and I saw them.
And ngakusho kwakho lobo ukuthi nami ngiyafisa vele ukuthola impendulo ukuthi ngangiyokwenzani khona babe ngibizelini.
And also on that, I also wish to know as to why was I there? Why did they call me?
Who called you? Are you saying accused number 1 and 2 called you there?
Ngithe ngafonela uGwabini kwe statement sami ndo.
In my statement, I said Gwabini called me or contacted me.
Now let's move to paragraph 4 of your statement. Now you testified in evidence in chief that before you drank alcohol, your service pistol was on your person, correct?
Ushilo ke nokuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi uphuzeke utshwala isibhamu sakho somsebenzi sasikuwena.
Yebo.
Yes.
And it is only then when you started partaking of alcohol that you gave the firearm to Gwabini for safekeeping, correct?
Kuzothi ke uma senqala ke noma usuqala ke uphuza ila usithatha khona ke usinika uGwabini. Yes.
And in my questioning of you on Friday, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, I asked you whether or not you placed that firearm in a bag together with the car keys, and you I think your response was that you did not. You handed the firearm as is to Gwabini, correct?
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, if I read to you at paragraph 4 of your statement, at line, because I've already read this paragraph, I'm not going to read the whole of it. At paragraph 4, line 1, 2, 3, 4 towards the end, where there's a Volkswagen Polo and full stop, it says, and I read from there, I quote, I then went outside and removed my vehicle out of his way, and he left, but later came back. I then took my bag out of the vehicle as it contained my firearm. I also put the vehicle key inside the bag. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I gave the bag to Gwabini for safekeeping in his room. He locked the bag inside inside his, the bag inside his bedroom as well as Makosonge's bag. Up to there, I'll close the quotes there. Do you see that?
Yes.
So your viva voce is contrasted by here, because here the firearm was placed in the bag together with the car keys.
Ngokwalokhu ke kuyaphikisa lokho okushilo ke la enkantolo la uthi isibhamu sakho wangasifakile kwibheke ngokwalapha ke lokho kubhalwe lapha isibhamu kanye ke nezikhiya zemoto ezazisesikhwameni.
Uma ungasho ngithe isibhamu sasekimi ngithe mangisikhipha kimi ngasinikeza uGwabini ngokufuthi ukuthi uzosifaka vele ebhegini kodwa ukuzivula kwakhona ngingambonisa sona isibhamu ngake ngimnikeza inkulumo isesakeni ngithi baba le bhegini lesibhamu ngambonisa isibhamu mangisifaka kulapha ngangimbonisa sona kunaso isibhamu.
Oh, so uthi wambonisa wase uyasifaka kuyona ke ibhege.
Mina mangasifaka ngayi like manje kodwa ngathi mangase ngishila ibhege ngoba ngahlala ngaphakathi isikhathi eside ngisibhamu.
Oh, I gave the bag to him and then the firearm was with me. But then when I gave him the firearm, I then showed him that here is the firearm, because I would not have spoken about something that he couldn't see. I had to show it to him that here is the firearm, and not say that there is a firearm in the bag with him not having seen it.
And in your viva voce evidence, you said later on, when it was time to go to Tops to buy further or more alcohol, you left with 4 other persons. That means 5 persons, yourself plus 4 other persons, correct?
Ngithe uma niseniya ke kwa Tops nani u5 ninonke emotweni.
Yebo?
Yes.
However, in your written statement, which I read, the last 3 lines starting at, and I quote, I also at some point went out to the shops to buy some alcohol drinks with a certain lady and came back into Gwabeni's house. Close quote, you see that?
Yes, I see it.
How do you explain away that inconsistency?
Lokumehluka ke uchaza kanjani?
Umehluko wala uma ubona lapha kwi statement sami ukuthi ngihambile ngothenga nabo utshwala eTops and mangibuya ngichazile futhi ngeke ngaphuma nomunye intombazane owayithenga khona la eduzane. Should indlela kube ngayo ukuthi with another lady or what, but it's a straightforward ukuthi ngiphume namadoda saye Tops sabuya eTops sihamba ngeUno masibuye eTops ngeke ngaphuma nomunye intombazane wacela ukuthi ngithenga le drink.
I think maybe it's the manner in which it is put here, but I did go to Tops with a gentleman. We came back, and then there's a lady that just wanted to go nearby. They requested me to buy her a drink, and I did go out with that lady.
Now I'll put it to you, and I'm not going to belabor that point, that this one of you going out with a lady to buy alcohol, it's a new addition. You didn't mention it in your evidence in chief.
Kushake lokho akusiyona ke into oyikhulumile uma ufakaza la enkantolo. Yebo ikubhaliwe lana kodwa awukushongo la enkantolo.
Mhlambe bengangibuzanga ngakho ukuthi mhlambe ikhona intombazane engaphuma nayo.
Maybe I wasn't asked about it as to whether was there a lady that I went out with.
Now we come to what you touched upon with the Honorable Court on Friday, which is paragraph 5, and I'll read it and we will touch on that. I'm not going to belabor that because you had partially given explanation for the inconsistencies that are there. It says, and I quote, around 9 p.m. on the very same day, I noticed Muzi Sibia, who will be accused number 1, Mafika Sandi Sontanzi, accused number 2, and Ngani Sfisogu Zunguntuli, who's accused number 5, walking after each other to Gwabini's bedroom coming from outside. Close quotes. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Now you explained away Friday that inconsistency to say the person the latter mentioned person, that is Ngani Sfiso Kutle Zunguntuli was not supposed to be mentioned on that statement. Rather, the substitution should be made for accused number 3, correct?
Yes, the witness confirms.
And you also testified that as this statement was made in the following manner, and correct me if I'm wrong, that as you were narrating the story from the reference pieces that you have, the notes, let's forget about them because they're not here. You were narrating the story and the Ms. Mokhatle was in front of you typewriting what you narrated at the same time, correct?
Ushiloko ukuthi asikhohleke ngawo amanothi ngoba wekho lana ke ukuthi nanjengoba wena ke wawukhuluma lona ke owaye yena kwayehlezi ke lapha ku PC ebhala ke lokhu okushoyo.
Yebo.
Yes.
Perhaps you'll explain to me because it's this ingenious for you to say that, and I'll put it to you because if you are sitting with a typist in front of you typing what comes from your mouth, why would that typist then, if you want to say Mtobisi Gada Nube, right, Ntuli, because it comes from your mouth, she doesn't stop, she listens to you, she types out what you are saying to her.
Bese kwenzeka kanjani ke uhlezi uyakhuluma lo muntu obhalayo ngithi ubhala lokho kuphuma kuwena uma wena uthi Mthobisi Gadla Ncube kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi yena abhala unkani isifihlo uZungu Ntuli
advocate yawumchazela uma ngibiza bengibabiza ngegama njengala igama engibiza ngalo bengibuza umuzi ngegama but uma itype ngeke eze type njengogadla mina bengimbiza ngogadla ukuthi ugadla umuzi umafika kodwa la kukho lokho shuthi igama bengilibiza lelo igama ongelabo amagama abo mina bengiwabiza ngawo so ngenzeka ama ithi mhlawumbe ethi gadla athi nkane lo it's a mistake amagama oyibona la le enzama ukuyenza ngathi yona inkinga akusiyona inkinga lamagama ilamagama tha misplaceekile instead of ugadla kungena igama likankane yilokho kuphela inkinga.
It is only the names that is here a problem or that you want to make as if it's a problem, but it is not a problem, where I would mention them by their names, Muzi, and then instead of Gadla he would then write Nkani, but that is what happened where the names had been confused.
I don't understand because if that was the case,
Sir, why don't you understand? He's explaining.
I'm trying to understand, my lord.
But he's explaining.
Yes,
What don't you understand?
I need him to explain.
Okay,
my lord.
fine.
Because my lord will ask me whether I understand myself. So let me hear from him. You say something about the spacing and the names. I'm not sure whether I'm getting you correctly. Explain that so that I understand it, please.
Spacing and the way.
So
Now
you are
maybe
saying that
you are referring to spacing and the word.
okay.
now.
So sorry. You are saying the names as it were written. I don't know. That's why I'm saying.
He is saying, the typist confused the name Gadla, for instance, and Nkani. That's what he's saying. Are you saying that, sir?
Correct my justice.
Please.
Now, let's move on. Let's not belabor this. Now, if you say you took this statement, it was made on the 31st. When was a copy made for you?
Was made on the same day.
Ikopi ngayenzelwa ngalelo langa i-31st sikaMeyi.
And you took the copy home, if I understood your evidence, then when you read it again at home, you realized that there were these inconsistencies, correct?
The witness is nodding in consent.
Yeah,
Yes.
And did you then pick up your phone and tell Colonel Gininda that wait before you distribute that statement to the defense attorneys because I've observed discrepancies thereon?
Ingabe usulithatha kucingo lakho ufonela uGinini uthi ngaphambi kokuthi ke leso statement usihambise ke kubameli khona ke amaphutha engwabonile la wakwenza yini lokho?
Ngenhloso yokuba safe besingadibani now and then sasidibane ngalelo langa ngathatha statement ngihamba naso emva kwalokho ngabonela ama note ngabe bengifonela ngabazisa ukuthi no ulapha kunama problem kodwa bebekumbizela ukuyoconsulta i-advocate.
For safety reasons.
That's why bengakulungisa lo maphutha.
For safety reasons, we didn't meet or we wouldn't meet. But then when they contacted me, when we had gone or called me to come and consult, I then notified them of the mistakes.
Okay, just and also not to compromise your safety. At the time you made this statement, you were now under the witness protection, correct?
Wawungaphansi kwayo protection ngathi wenza lesi statement.
Bengekho ngaphansi kwe witness protection.
No, I wasn't.
Okay. All right, let's now you continue in that paragraph 5 that you observed or noticed, in particular, let me leave the other person because he's represented. You noticed accused number 1 giving Gwabini a .38 special revolver firearm, correct?
Uthi-ke kubuza ngo-number 1 khona la ukhuluma khona ngabantu abanikeza ugadli bam kodwa uzokhuluma ngalo omelwe uyena omunye umelo naye uthi wase ubona-ke unumber 1 enikeza uGwabini i-38 special.
Okay, asiyilungise bengaze bethi uthe ugadla base ushuthi ubukhuluma ngobani
Accused number 1. Yes,
okay.
.38 special.
Yes.
Okay. In fact, just on a small aspect that nothing maybe may not turn on it is this. You also testified that as they walk into the room, the three gentlemen that you've testified about, something was faulty with a light, whatever.
Ukhulumile-ke nange light-ke eyayinenkinga nkathi-ke uthi wababona beyongena ekamereni.
Ngithe mangifika ngaphakathi wacisha ilight uGwabini ngenhloso hayi ukuthi wayicishe ngaphezulu ngakho ngenhloso ukuthi wathi nango baba omncane then kwase kuba nalento ukuthi ngathi kucisha ilight yabo kanti vele ngangiphakathi ngoba ngangibalandela emuva bona babenganokuthanga ukuthi ngiyabalandela kodwa uGwabini wangibona ngoba wathi mabengena ngaphakathi ngangena nabo yabona afika kamnandi nje kusenzeka leyo action.
I said that Gwabini switched off the light because he had said that here's my uncle or here's Ubaba Mngani. They didn't see or they were not aware that I was following them. But Gwabini saw me that I was walking behind them, and upon arrival that uthe yini le wafika usebenzise igama uthi wafika leyo ise on ini.
Ngithe mayikwafu ngifike ngiwathi mayingena endlini kwabe sekuba khona lokhu ukuthi kungathi cisha ilight.
Okay, it was as if that when I got into the house or into the room, it was as if the light he was switching it off. Yebo. Kukhona lokho kushilo gcineni uthe ngafika lapho ise on leyo
ngafika besayenza bese isenzeka shothi nje lento yayisenzeka
ngoba when I got into the room they were still busy with that they were busy with.
Ngoba wabona ukuthi uGwabini ngeke sakhona ukungivimba ngoba sengingenile ingakho ayizama mhlawumbe ukucisha ilight.
Because Gwabini then realized that he won't be able to stop me because I was already there. Hence he then tried to switch the light.
Okay. Now, earlier on Thursday and Friday, you testified that, and I use your word, that it was busy in and around that vicinity. That is the common area. Although the room was locked, you could observe it. That door of the room of Gwabini, is it directly facing the kitchen area?
Isitapha lesi sekamera kaGwabini ngabe face direct kitchen.
Yebo mawungena nje uyakwazi ukubona noma ungaqondile straight kanje kodwa nje uyakhona ukubona uyena.
Yes, just upon entering, although it is not directly or straight with it, but slightly you are able to see it.
And your testimony is that you came together with Makosonke at Gwabini's place. Did you then tell him that I've just seen something? I saw Gwabini receiving a firearm from accused number 1.
Ngithe mangiqoqa lapha ku statement sami mhlawumbe usifunda ngakahle ngithe uMakhosonke akatholakalanga mase ngihamba yilokho kwangishiya ukuthi ngibe nemibuzo ukuthi why engatholakali mase ngihamba.
Maybe you misread my statement. I did mention that when I was leaving or when I was about to leave, Makosonke was nowhere to be found, which then made me then to be suspicious as to why is it now, after having witnessed this, that Makosonke is nowhere to be found.
Now, the instructions from accused number 2, and it pertains also to this paragraph 5, is that you saw him changing hoodies from black to gray.
100%.
He instructs me to tell you that that never happened.
Uthakaze kwenzeke lokho wena othi wakubona eshintsha amahudi.
Kwenzeka kakhulu.
It happened very much so.
Now, let's move on to paragraph 6 of your statement. In fact, this version, I've already put it to you pertaining to you giving accused number 1 a lift, and his instructions are that he was not there, but if he was staying at the hostel in 2013, he was staying at Basotuli hostel, so I leave that one not to repeat myself. Now,
You don't have the 6 here?
we don't have paragraph 6.
No, it's fine.
And you also testified that at some stage, accused number 1 stood up and announced that the deceased is normal, that is Senzo Meyiwa.
Yebo,
Yes.
Because he was not there, he denies as well that he uttered those words.
Ngoba wayengekho ke lapho uyakuphikeka nalokho ukuthi wakusho.
ngeke ngimphikele maye ukuthi mhlawumbe kwakuyikhophi yakhe eyayikhuluma lokho.
And then I wouldn't then be able to say anything if the one who said that was a copy of him.
Now let's go to paragraph 8, the morning of, or the day of 28/10/2014, when you now observe a newspaper article with certain sketches and the story that the deceased is normal. You remember that?
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, then, when you saw that and your suspicion is aroused, did you tell anyone, did you report this, that these people that are on this newspaper article, I was with them at the party in Fosleras on the weekend?
Uma sukubona ke lokho ngale langa ke langa 28 ngabe yini uma nawe sekuvuka insolo ukhona ukumtshela ukuthi but labantu laba bala ngabazi ngangenabo ephathini eFosleras.
Noma ngeke ukuthi ngakhona engamtshela ukuthi hey ngibone ukuthi nokuthi, kodwa ngathi mangubona ngakubona kubuyisa emqondweni wami ukuthi yini engiyibonile, especially ngokushintsha kamafika kwakhe ejacket. Yikho kwangenza ka notice ukuthi man mabethi begqoka into eblack lo umafika wayithi mayifika lapha ashintsha ijacket.
Although there is no one that I informed or that I told, but when I saw this, but it then I then recalled in my mind, and especially when it was written or mentioned there that the other one was wearing a hoodie, and then it reminded me of Umafika who had changed a hoodie. Yebo singaqhubeka.
Kodwa ngathi mangibuka lo we dread ulivulekile imqondo noma kwangekhona ukuthi mhlawumbe sekumele ngihambe ngiyobuza ukuthi ubani ngangenzanga investigation ngabe sengithule futhi ngangabazondanga ukuthi sengaze ngiyabasukela ngentension.
And also when I saw the one with the dreadlocks and his dreadlocks were loose, I didn't now go out to make my investigations. I wasn't hating them, or I didn't hate them now for me to be able to go and investigate.
You testified that you then contacted for the first time General Leshabane. When did you do that, if you recall?
Uma kuukuthi sakhumbula ke wamfonela nini uGeneral Leshabane?
Mangicabanga kwaku 2018 yophela or 2019 uqala kodwa nje.
If I remember well, towards the end of 2018, beginning 2019.
And do you recall exactly the detailed information that you told General Leshabane at the time about your knowledge of the Senzo Meyiwa murder case?
Ingabe usakhumbula ukuthi yini kahle kahle owayitshela uGeneral Leshabane mayelana nolwazi lwakho owawunalo ngokushona kwaSenzo Meyiwa?
Ngamtshela ukuthi nginezinsolo zokuthi abantu abenza lokho nginolwazi labo.
I told him that I have suspicions that the people who did that, I know them, or I have knowledge of.
And obviously you provided the names of those people to the general.
Waseke uGeneral umnikeza amagama alabo bantu labo.
Ngoba nami ngangakazi ukuthi babe bangaki kungobani, ngamnikeza amagama alabo engangazi bakhona.
Because at the time I didn't have information as to how many they were, I gave them the names of those. Okay, I gave him the names of those that I knew.
And the two will be, the two names that you gave will be who and who?
The first two names will be Muzi and Mafika.
Amagama okuqala amabili uMuzi noMafika.
And let's move on to now when General Lishabane says he needs photos or pictures of the people that you are talking about. Your testimony is that which pictures did you give him? Of which suspect that you suspected did you give him?
Iziphi ithombe noma abapha abasolwa owanikeza ngezithombe zabo kuGeneral Lishabane nkathi esecela ke ithombe?
Masilungise la Nkunzi. Angamnikezanga ngambonisa zona. Isithombe sika Muzi noMafika.
Let's correct this. I didn't give him the pictures. I showed him the pictures of Muzi and Mafika.
From where did you show him the pictures? From which device or article did you show him the pictures?
Wambonisa kuphi? Zikuphi?
Ngangifake efonini yami.
I had put those or placed those pictures in my phone.
Had you at all times before then had those pictures of accused that you gave to Lishabane, or do you have to source them somewhere else?
Ngaba iyithombe wayithola ndaweni ithize noma iyithombe owawuhlezi unazo?
Ngayithola efonini kaGwabini.
From Gwabini's phone.
Now you were shown Exhibit S, and for the sake of completeness, I'm going to ask for it to be shown so that you can show me the pictures that you showed to General Lishabane. Will they be on that exhibit?
No, azikho lapha.
They are no, they are not there.
And do you know if they are on any exhibit that you are aware of? Because I see at the end of your statement, we will come to there, I see you refer to photo albums from which you identified the suspects. If you go to the last paragraph, yes.
Yeah.
The photo album that you referred to, that you identified accused number one, what photo album will that be?
Yiphi le photo album le uthi number 1 wambona kuyona? Ngokwala.
Ngokwalana ngicabanga ukuthi ngibona inamba lapho 10 to 17 22 to 24 mawangibonisa leso sithombe ngakwazi ukuphendula.
If you were to show me the picture, I'll be able to refer you, because here I only see numbers.
Let's defer this question because my learned colleague Nesta Sibanda will have to arrange them for us so that we can take them in a structured manner. So we'll do it at the end of your statement because I'm going through it at Syria team.
Sorry, you never pursued this question on the last cross-examination about the photos. You never pursued
No,
it.
I never did, my lord. Now let's go to the one that I know that you've corrected it, but I want to put certain versions to you about it. That will be Exhibit S and photo or page 47. And my lord, perhaps while he's still browsing, let me take a quick one from accused number 2. Thank you, my lord. I mean, that's it. Now, if you look at that photo 47, and I'm going to be frank and honest with you, I acknowledge that you have corrected that it's not accused number 2 that's depicted there on. So let's be agreed on that one. However, at the beginning of investigations, accused number 2 instructed me that this photo, the police officers that arrested him in Rustenburg at phase 2, Rustenburg, where he resided in 2020, they came with this photo, and when they questioned him, they produced this photo and insisted that he is the person that is depicted on that picture.
Ngiyazi ke ukuthi ke ulungisile wathi cha wenze iphutha akusiyena lo yana kodwa ke uthi inkathi eboshwa ephase 2 eRustenburg amaphoyisa ambopha aletha lesi sithombe lesi athi uyena lo ya okulesi sithombe.
Ngiyaxolisa benga investigate le case.
My apologies, I did not investigate the case.
Maybe umbuzo loyo ungaphendula umuntu obe investigator in case.
Maybe that question can be best answered by the person who investigated the case. Okay.
And just to finish it off, like you are saying, don't comment if you don't want to comment, but I want to place it on record that the very same photo, accused number 2 was beaten up by the said police officers to admit that that is him.
Ukuqadelela nje kuwena ke uma ufuna uphawula kulokho noma ungafunike kodwa ke uthi lesi sithombe lesi washaywa ke amaphoyisa ukuthi ethi akavume ukuthi uyena lo ya.
Ngizokhomenta ngithe ngoba bengekho futhi bengazothi baphenya nami bafika naso ke lesithombe sebeze kimi.
What will my comment be, because I wasn't investigating, I wasn't there. They also brought the same picture to me or came with the same picture to me.
Who is they? Who brought that picture to you, and what did they say pertaining to that picture?
Obani labo abezana lesi sithombe kuwena futhi bathini ngaso lesi sithombe?
Investigating officer.
Investigating officer?
And did he say anything in particular about that photo, the two gentlemen and a part of body appearing, in particular about the person in the cap? What did they say about you, about that person?
Abangitshelanga ukuthi obani nami bangibuza ukuthi obani laba kodwa bangibonisa sona nje leso sithombe.
I didn't ask who they were. They also didn't tell me who they were. They just showed me the picture.
And with respect to, still on that paragraph, you testified that when you confronted accused number 1, and correct me if I'm wrong, about his involvement in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa, he denied that, but he implicated, or was it the general telling you that? So that's why I'm saying, clarify for me that someone implicated accused number 1's uncle, Spiva Sibia. Who was that person? If you can clarify for me, I'm not sure.
Ubani lo owakhuluma Spiva. Uthi khona umuntu owa implicated noma owa to Spiva lela gama.
Yeah, last paragraph. He told me that not disputed the information, but he implicated his uncle, who is well known to the general. I know that Moses' uncle was known as Boshe. I think General mangikhuluma naye wangitshela ukuthi kunomunye amaziyo wakakubo akutshelwa kuye ukuthi usematekisini somewhere lapha.
I think that's what the general informed me, that there's someone that he knows. That information, the general said that it came from him. The witness is pointing towards the direction of the accused, that there was someone from his family related to them in the taxi industry.
And according to your evidence in chief, Spiva Butlebuthelezi died. Do you know when he died?
Ushilo ukuthi washona uSpiva. Uyazi ukuthi washona nini?
Noma ngazi ushona nini kodwa ngezwa.
Although I don't know when exactly, but I heard.
Now, accused number 1 will testify and say that, deny that he implicated his uncle in the murder of the deceased Senzo Meyiwa.
Uzophika ke lokho uthi yena akazange nje athi ke ubaba mncane noma uncle wakhe ke waye involved ekulaweni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa. Kaza kusho yena lokho.
Noma ngathiwa akakushongo wayengakukhulumi nami ngithi wayekhuluma nomunye.
Even if
nami
he can-
akazangitshele lokho.
Even if it's said that he never said it, he wasn't telling it, he wasn't saying it to me, he was saying it to someone else. He has never said that to me.
Now, at paragraph 11 of your statement, and it pertains to your testimony that there were discussions between you and accused number 1 regarding the Senzo Meyiwa case at the wedding of your sisters in August 2019, correct?
Kushilo ke ukuthi ngo-August uMagana ke usisi wakho?
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, did you report to anyone in August 2019 that you had these discussions with accused number 1 pertaining to this case?
Mhlambe umuntu njani?
Maybe someone like
Police or anyone or girlfriend or boy.
So you are a police officer. If somebody talks about criminality, you report it to the police. Who else do you report it to?
I was already reporting to the general.
bese ngireporta vele ku-general.
Uyazizwa bafo.
Are you listening to yourself?
Sir,
I'm sorry kusho kanjalo. I withdraw
Sorry for
that.
saying that, I withdraw that. so-
let's maintain the Quran. Let's not stoop that low. Now, accused number 1 denies that as well, that he has never attended a wedding of your sisters, nor did he make the utterances that you attribute to him.
Uyakuphika-ke ukuthi akakaze nje ayeke emshadweni kasisi wakho nokuthi washo lokhu wena othi wakusho.
Wayekhona emshadweni,
He was there at the wedding.
wakhuluma nami futhi.
He spoke to me as well.
My Lord, I see we are closer to the long adjournment. I hear Mr. Jonas is breathing a sigh of relief. Can we now take a long adjournment, my Lord? We'll resume
What's the
at
time?
2.
Mr. Maloney, what's the time?
It's 1 o'clock now, my lord.
One?
Just a minute before 1.
Oh, okay, thanks. 2 o'clock then.
So we are ngo-2. It's fine to get a supper, so it's fine. I was informed by the general that he was the head of the Hawks.
Now, if I inform you that at the time of this meeting, that is in 2019, General Sibiya was fired from, at the time he was already fired from the SAPS. He was only reinstated in 2020.
Uma ngathi kuwena-ke wayeseqoshiwe-ke ngaleso sikhathi-ke uSibiya uzobuyisela ngo-2020.
Ngakuzwa lokho emva kwalokho?
I heard that thereafter.
So in essence, at the time of this meeting, Sibiya, who's also interested in this matter, was a civilian. He was not an officer of SAPS, correct?
Uyavuma?
Yebo.
Yes.
And you state that him, Sibiya, told you that the information that you had relayed to the police was correct and accurate, correct?
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, as a civilian, how will you have known that information is correct?
Njengomuntu-ke wayengasilona-ke iphoyisa wakwazi kanjani lokho uSibiya ukuthi lokho kushiya emaphoyiseni ukuthi kuyiqiniso wayekwazi kanjani yena lokho?
Ngeke ngazi ukuthi wayekwazi kanjani kodwa engikwazi ukuthi mina ngangazi ukuthi uyiphoyisa ngaleso sikhathi.
I wouldn't know as to how he got to know, but what I knew at the time was that he was a police officer.
Now, you also state that Sibiya then asked Leshabane who the investigating officer was, and you provided the name of Colonel Gininda, but rather Sibiya said Warrant Officer Makubu should come to that meeting so that he can hear the information that you are passing off to the police, correct?
Uthi-ke wasebuza uSibiya ebuza kuShabana ukuthi ubani investigating officer kwase kumention uGininda kodwa kuSibiya wena wathi akuze uMakhubu.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, I don't want to be repetitive about Makubo, I mean, what you told Makubo, because we touched on some of the aspects on Friday. But in your statement, you state that Makubo then refuted your information and told you that you are lying, and I'm using lying not because I'm disrespectful to the court, but that's what's written according to your statement, and that there is no evidence that links Sifiso Zungu Ntuli, correct?
Ishilo ukuthi wasechitha-ke uMakhubo lokho wathi uqamba amanga.
Yebo.
Yes.
And further, that Makubo told you that he disputed your information, saying to you that accused number 5 is not involved in the matter of Senzo Meyiwa, as well as the other suspects that you had mentioned to them, correct?
Nokuthi Makhubo washo. Yes, yes.
And by the other suspect, for clarity's sake, who are you referring to?
Ma uthi-ke abanye abasolwa ukhuluma ngobani?
Ukuthi yena wayethi ukhuluma ngabapha abanye abasolwa, wayekhuluma ngabasolwa cishe ngangibamentionile.
He was talking about or referring to the suspect that I had mentioned. Suspects that I had mentioned.
Yes, mention them again.
Accused number 1 and accused number 2.
Accused number 1 and number 2.
And furthermore, Makubo accused you of coming to them with information that lacks basis, correct?
Yebo.
Yes.
And at the time, did you know that officers Makubo and Joyce Buthelezi, the one that you subsequently met after meeting Makubo, were investigating officers of CAS 37501 of 2019?
Wakwazi lokho ukuthi bona bephenye idokotela elu-375.
Ngangazi ukuthi kunelinye maybe docket abayiphenyayo.
Wawungazi?
Ngangazi.
I didn't know that there was another docket that was being investigated.
And after that, you then met with, you were called by Colonel Buthelezi to come and meet him, correct?
Yebo.
Yes.
And what is the time difference, the period between you meeting Makubo, Sibiya, Leshabane, and the meeting with Buthelezi, that we know that she also attended with Makubo again?
Isikhathi sandlula phakathi kwaloyo mhlangano kwakuLeshabane uSibiya noMakhubo nalo mhlangano lo kwakukhona uButhelezi noMakhubo kwandlula isikhathi esingakanani?
Asikho side kangako.
Not that long.
And as well, from your statement, we know that Colonel Buthelezi also rejected the information that you had provided to them, refuted your allegations.
Nalapho uButhelezi wayichitha inkulumo yakho.
Yebo.
Yes.
And part of the reason why she refuted your allegations is that you were protecting Kelly Khumalo, you and General Leshabane, correct?
Akusho ke ukuthi uvike noma ke uprotect noma uvikela ke uKelly Khumalo wena no General Leshabane.
Washo kanjalo.
That's how she said.
And furthermore, she informed you that she's got information that implicates or links Kelly Khumalo to the murder, and that one of, according to their investigation, the shooter is one of the persons that were in the house, correct?
Lokho kwakusho uye uKolonel Buthelezi.
That's what Colonel Buthelezi said.
And as Buthelezi rejects your allegations, the information that you bring to them, what was your reaction to them?
Wasuthini ke wena uma uButhelezi ke echitha lokhu okushoyo wena wathini kubona?
Ngakuthatha njengokuthi investigating officer mhlambe.
I took it maybe that she was an investigating officer.
And at the time of this incident, your interaction with these senior police officers, your Buthelezis, Leshabanes, Makubos, you were the only junior member. You were a constable at the time, correct?
That's correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngangihlangana nabo ke mina ngiyi constable ngaleso sikhathi.
Let's then move to paragraph 16 of your statement. In fact, nothing turns on that one except to say you were called to say, in essence, in order to prove that you know the suspects, bring a family member that can confirm that some of the suspects are known to you, and you brought your father. That's the essence of paragraph 16, correct?
Usho lokho paragraph 16 ukuthi kwathiwa letha noma waza nomndeni wena wasuza nobaba wakho.
Yebo.
Yes.
Angizanga naye bathi ngize naye.
I didn't bring him. They told me to bring him.
Okay, but you never brought him.
Awuzange uze naye?
No, angizanga naye ngalesi sikhathi bekhuluma naye.
No, not at the time when they were speaking to me.
Okay. If the court can briefly bear with me. Now, sorry, Bravo. I want to refer you to Exhibit A126. These are some of the statements that we received that were classified, and even now they are still classified. The information pertaining to the maker of the statement is the information is redacted, but I can put, because I see a reference to your name in that statement. I want you to comment without A126. A126. It's one of the deducted. No, it's this one. The 12 statements that were withheld. My Lord, I'll return to this aspect whilst they try to locate the said statement for the sake of brevity. Now let's talk about paragraphs, and I've meshed them together, 17 and 18 of your statement, and that pertains to the allegations that certain people were trying to kill you and they were following you. Remember that aspect of your testimony?
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, except reporting this information to General Leshabane, did you, as a police officer, open a case of attempted murder intimidation, threats, and the like, in respect to this aspect of your testimony?
Angiyivulanga.
I didn't open a case.
And in fact, what is curious when I listened to your evidence in chief is that after this incident, you then contact Leshabane and he says to you, come to my office, but now you are circumspect because you say in your evidence, you suspect him to be the source of the leak of the information to these people that are trying to kill you. Is that how I understood your testimony?
Ngizwe kanjalo ubufakazi bakho ukuthi angithi umtshelile uShabani wasekubiza yena ethi woze office lakhe kodwa kwabusola yena ukuthi uyena osengabe udlulise lo daba kulabantu.
Yebo.
Yes.
And in fact, later on, you then go to Leshabane's office anyway, with all that suspicion that he's the one that is literally selling you out because he's leaking information that is putting your life in danger. Correct?
Kodwa ke kuzona ke lezo intsholo lezo wase uya ke ehhovisi lika Leshabane unazo le intsholo zokuthi uyena kobeka impilo yakhe engcupheni.
Yebo.
Yes.
Then again, we move to paragraph 19 because I'll argue in that paragraph 17 and 18 that your version, that you suspect that Leshabane is selling you out to the would-be killers, and then he still calls you and you still go to him, and it's the same day that an attempt was made on your life. The versions don't favor, the probabilities don't favor your version on that aspect.
It's a good case, my lord. I think that should
My learned friend can leave for argument.
Mr. Baloy
Are you going to call General Shabani?
Mr. Baloy has indicated that he's going to,
No, I mean you.
the state is going to call him.
Is that so, Mr.?
Indeed, we indicated that.
Now, let's go to paragraph 19 of your statement. You state there that after the attempt on your life was made, then you call accused number 1 so that he could speak to those persons who allegedly tried to kill you because they are relatives to him and accused number 5, correct?
Ushilo ke ukuthi la ila ukhole ufonele khona number 1 ngoba labantu bezama ukubulala ihlobo zakhe no number 5.
Yebo.
Yes.
You see, from your testimony, I see that if something doesn't sit with you, you escalate it to the higher level. Why didn't you take this threat? If you see that Leshabane is selling you out to the would-be killers, why didn't you take it up, for example, with Colonel Gininda?
Engikutholileke kubufakazi bakho ukuthi uma into ke ingakuphathi kahle undlulisela ngaphezulu kwathini ke uma bona ke ukuthi uGeneral Leshabane ke uyakuthengisa ke manje kulabantu laba abafuna ukubulala ukuthi lokho kundlulisele kuColonel Gininda.
Ngamazisa ngefoni.
I informed him telephonically.
When did you do that?
Wakwenza nini lokho?
Ngicabanga the same day
I think on the same day
of the incident.
of the incident.
And that aspect, I only hear it now. You've never talked about informing Gininda about an attempt on your life.
Ngiyaqala ukuzwa manje ke lokho angikhumbuli ukusho.
Was this witness asked about that?
I don't know, madam. I don't know.
Yeah, he wasn't asked.
But if it's vital, he can
Yeah, no. I'm just saying
voluntarily.
he wasn't asked. I'm not.
He can voluntarily let it out. He's a police officer, madam. Now, accused number 1 will state again with respect to this being called by you after an attempt on his life made and him contacting whoever, stopping them. He doesn't know anything about that, and you've never called him about this incident.
Sorry, not an attempt on his life. You said on his life.
No, so sorry, let me rephrase. Accused number 1 will state that you did not call him to say, accused number 1, stop your relatives, they are trying to kill me. He does not have any knowledge of people trying to kill you or you calling him for him to intervene.
Uthi ke akazi lutho ngokumfonela kwakho akazi nje umfoneleke wena umtsheleke ukuthi kunabantu bakini abafuna ukungibulala.
Uqamba ma.
He's telling lies.
Now, lastly, let's go to your paragraph 21.
Okay.
Your testimony, this is the one that I said we'll touch at the end because we are going sequentially through your statement. You identified the accused persons from various photo albums that were shown to you, correct?
Abasolwa kwabakhomba kuma album ahlukene owawatshengiswa angithi.
Yebo.
Yes.
The circumstances under these photo albums were shown to you. Can you explain them explain them? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Awuchaze kwenzeka kanjani ke noma kwenzeka phansi kwaziphi izimo ukuthi ke utshengiswe lawo ma album lawo.
Ngicabanga ukuthi maybe investigating officer yayifuna ukubona ukuthi nginolwazi labantu okukhulunywa ngabo.
I think the investigating officer wanted to know whether I had knowledge of the people that were spoken about.
Yes, but I want to know the circumstances. Are you called to the investigating officer or do they come to you and then what did they bring? I want to know exactly what was brought to you.
Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi bakubiza ukuthi uze kubo beza kuwena.
No, ngaya kubo officeini.
I went to
the
them.
statement.
Sorry. No qhubeka.
Mangenza le statement babe sebevula ithombe eziningi bangibonisa zona.
I went to them at the office when I was making this statement, and then they opened pictures or photos and showed me.
And do you know where and when? Was it at the time when this statement was made on the 31st of May 2023?
Ngalelanga, yes.
And who was present except the investigating officer as part of his team? Was he by himself or he was as part of a team?
Ingabe wayenoza kwabo noma kwakuyena yedwa u-IO?
Umamfundisi.
Umamfundisi.
Umamfundisi police sergeant that was.
The police sergeant.
Then the brigadier.
As well as the brigadier.
Mamfundisi, I don't
Sergeant
know whether
Mohole.
it's sorry.
Sergeant Mohole.
Thank you. And tell me, because the photo albums that we've been provided, they go as part of the entire docket. Did they come with the entire docket or only the photo albums?
Ingaba beza nedokodo lonke noma ke ithombe kuphela.
No, ngangazi ukuthi i-docket maybe kodwa nje kwifile i-album abayivula yayineyithombe. Noma ukuthi kwakuyi-docket yonke noma yayishoda.
Whether it was the complete docket or half of it, I don't know, but they came with a file with the photos.
Okay. Because now it's puzzling to me. You've always maintained that you know the people that are involved. Why should a photo album be shown to you? Why was not? I know it's not your forte to answer this, but you know a proper identification would have been an ID parade. Why should they show you a photo album?
Yazi ke ukuthi ke mhlamba siwena ke kufanele uphendule lokho kodwa ke ngoba ukuthi ke kukadusho ukuthi abantu abaziyo lapha laba mhlambe ke kwakungenziwa nje iID parade ekuyiyona kwakungani ukuthi beze nezithombe kuwena kodwa uthi abantu abaziyo labo okhuluma ngabo.
Ngiyakwazi ukuphendula lokho kuma yibabezo nayo.
I wouldn't be in a position to answer that.
And as they are showing you these photos, did they tell you the alleged role of each of the individuals, or what did you do? Let me put it that way. What did you do when an album was showed to you and then you identified a particular person?
Wawenzani wena ke asithi ke kuyavulwa ke kuvulwa kwisithombe esithize kwakuyini oyenzayo wena ke?
Uma ngibuka lezi ithombe should bengiyibuka ziningi bengisho labo engibaziyo nenganginabo ngababona ngalelo langa.
When I viewed these photos, I viewed them as many as they were, or there were many of them. Then I would point out those that I knew or that I know and that I was with on that day.
And after identifying a particular picture or a photo, photograph of someone that you identified, did you make a marking on that person and say, this is, for example, accused number 1, he is so, or did you have to fill in a form to say, I identified so and so from this photo?
Kwakuyini khona ubhala phezu kwaleso sithombe leso uthi mhlambe lona u-accused number 1 noma ufanele kukhona nje obhala phansi?
Kwangekho ngubhalayo ngangisho ukuthi mangibona lesithombe ukuthi ngibona abantu leso sithombe.
I wasn't writing anything, I would just have to say.
Thank you, my lord. I mean, those are my questions. Oh, sorry, my lord, for the quorum. Sorry, my lord. And my lord, this A126 that I wanted assistance with, I'll revisit it once my colleagues are done. A126, yes. I'll revisit it once my colleagues are done, my lord.
You'll what? You'll revisit it?
Because, my lord, is it here? Okay. Oh. Is this the handwriting? Okay, I've got A126 in front of me, and it was taken on the 17th of November 2019 at 16:25. And as I said, this is part of the statements that the people's identities were withheld because of safety reasons. So there's no information of the person here, right? But it was in the context of what I asked you to say. You were called to say, in order for you to prove that you know some of the suspects, can you bring an elder person that will confirm that these people have familial or kinship relationship with you? Do you understand? Mm-hmm. Now the statement reads, the other names I'll read because they relate to families of accused number 2, and those are the people that I consulted with over the weekend. So paragraph 2 thereof reads, my lord, it's a 2-page statement, it's not too long. In fact, it's a 1-page statement, the other page is a commissioning page.
Who's the deponent then?
The deponent will be, this is a typed out, let me see the deponent. On the original, the deponent will be, that will be a Colonel Brigadier Gininda, my lord. Okay. So, thanks. And it reads, in late 2017, I met Mbekiseni Ntanzi, who is my relative from the homelands in KwaNongoma. And I met Mbekiseni in Durban at Kwamashu squatter camp. It was during the general discussion between myself and himself, whereby he told me something shocking. He said to me, there was once a fight argument between his brother Mafika and another Ntanzi brother in Sosota homeland in KwaNongoma. I don't recall what was Mafika was arguing with his brother about. According to Mbekiseni. Mbekiseni said in the argument, he was told by the other Ntanzi brother that he won't fight with Mafika. Instead, he will rather report him to the police for the murder of Orlando Pirates goalkeeper called Senzo Meyiwa back in Fosloras. He further said he was told by the brother of Mafika, not Mbekiseni, that Mafika Ntanzi committed the murder with Muzisibia, who's also from KwaNongoma. I further don't know the 2 mentioned suspects were staying in a hostel in Fosleras during the time of Senzo Meyiwa was killed. I further know that Muzi has dreadlocks at a certain time but cut them off after the murder of Senzo Meyiwa and is currently at KwaNongoma, and Mafika is currently working at a certain place, at a certain mine in Rustenburg. I'm aware that the 2 were also used as hitmen in their, and their dream leader is one Ngani Zungu of Sosota area from KwaNongoma. However, is currently in jail. I've identified the photograph of Muzisibia to the police and attached it together with that statement marked A@Z1. I was told by Mbekiseni as to why Muzisibia and Mafika Ntanzi killed Senzo. After receiving this information, I decided to tell my son, who is a police officer in Johannesburg, about the above information. His name is Kumbuzo Zungu. Subsequent to that, I was then informed by Kumbuzo that we should go meet the police at the head office, SAPS office in Pretoria. Indeed, the police were met, and I disposed the above mentioned statement to Colonel Gininda, who was with Sergeant Bokhane. I can identify Mafika to the police if I see him, but I don't know, I don't have his photos. This is all I can see.
Vanake, kakusifunda. Kwakulate ke ngo-27 emakhaya kwaNongoma ngahlangana noMbhekiseni emjondolo kwaMashu. Kwakuyila kwakukhulunyiswana khona phakathi kwami-ke kanye naye la angitshela-ke okushaqisayo. Wathi kimina kwake kwanempi ekhona noma-ke kwanefight eyayikhona phakathi komfowabo uMafika Ntanzi kanye nomunye umfowabo owakwaNtanzi esosota emakhaya kwaNongoma. Angikhumbuli-ke ukuthi babelwa yini le babexabana ngayo uMafika kanye nomfowabo ngokusho kwakhe uMbhekiseni. uMbhekiseni wangitshela-ke kamuva emuva kwalo kokuthi baxabana-ke wase etshelwa-ke ngomunye kwalaba wakwaNtanzi ukuthi wahamba wayolwa kanye noMafika.
He will rather report him.
Nokuthi nokuthi azokwenza ukuthi ahambe ayomchaza emaphoyiseni ngokubulawa kwakhe lowo owaye ugoalkeeper wayo iOrlando Pirates uSenzo Meyiwa eFosloras. Wase eshoke ukuthi wakutshelwa lowo-ke umfowabo uMafika okungasiyena uMbhekiseni ukuthi uMafika Ntanzi uyena-ke akanye uyena owabulala kanye naye umuzi Sibiya naye-ke obuya kwaNongoma. Angibazi-ke labasola laba ababili. Okay, ngikwaziyo futhi ukuthi labasola laba ababili babehlala-ke ehostel eseFosloras ngaso leso sikhathi leso noma ngesikhathi sokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa. Okunye futhi engikwaziyo umuzi Sibiya wayenama-dreadlocks ngaleso sikhathi leso wase ewagunda-ke emuva kokubulawa kwakhe uSenzo. Umuzi Sibiya ke usendaweni ethize noma wayesendaweni ethize ngaleso sikhathi kwaNongoma. uMafika yena-ke usebenza kwimayini ethize eRustenburg. Ngiyazi futhi ukuthi labo babini labo-ke besetshenziswa-ke nanjengey'nkabi nokuthi futhi-ke lowo obaholayo kwaku-Unkani Zungu naye-ke owasesosha kwindawo yasesosha kwaNongoma. Kodwa-ke ngaleso sikhathi leso-ke ebhala lesi statement wayesejele. Okunye futhi nesithombe engasibona sakhe-ke umuzi Sibiya kuwona-ke ngasikhombisa wona amaphoyisa. Ngase futhi ngenza istatement-ke mayela nalokho esasesimakwa-ke u-A Z1. Angizange ngitshele uyena uMbhekiseni ukuthi-ke kungani umuzi Sibiya noMafika Ntanzi babulala uSenzo. Emuva-ke kokuthola lo mbiko lona-ke ngase ngithatha isinqumo-ke sokuthi ngitshele indodana yami esebenza njengephoyisa eGoli mayela nalokhu. Igama lakhe uSikhumbuzo Zungu. Emuva kwalokho-ke ngase ngitshelwa-ke uyena uSikhumbuzo ukuthi kuzofanele-ke ukuthi sihlangane-ke noma siye-ke emaphoyiseni. Ngempela-ke saya-ke emaphoyiseni ngase ngenza-ke istatement mayelana nalolu daba kuyena uColonel Gininda owaye kanye naye uSergeant Bokhane. uMafika-ke uma ngingambona ngingamkhomba emaphoyiseni, kodwa-ke isithombe sakhe anginaso phelele lapho engingakusho.
Now,
Mr. Ramsepidi, I asked you who is the deponent of that statement.
The deponent is deducted, my lord.
Yeah, why do you say it's Colonel Gininda then?
No, I misheard the call. Sorry.
Now I'm listening to Colonel Gininda. saying all those things.
No, no,
Because you
it's,
told
it's
me
not
he's the
him.
one who
It's,
made
it's,
the
a, it's a
statement.
witness whose identities are withheld, my lord.
Okay,
All right.
so we don't know the name of the witness because, I mean, the deponent, because the name is redacted.
Yes.
Mr. Baloyi, I know because of security reasons, it could have been redacted.
Yes.
Is it not possible for this court and the legal representatives to see or know the name of the deponent?
Yes, it's not a problem at all. In fact, we gave the original to
I see.
to my learned friend.
So we know the name. Oh, he knows the name.
Yes.
The name
No,
is...
no. Is it in the statement?
It's in the...
And-
I think this is the original, because what we have attached...
And you don't have a problem for security reasons that the name must be publicized?
We haven't consulted with the. We haven't taken up that aspect with the witness, my lord. We prefer that maybe his name should remain withheld for now.
Yeah, fine.
But I
But
think
the
that
legal representatives can have access to the name.
Yes,
Okay, and the court also.
yes.
Because if it was redacted, it means it was for security reasons.
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah. Okay.
So, my lord, I'll leave the name out again. Now,
So that statement was commissioned before Ginanda.
it was done on the Sunday, the 17th November 2019, at 16...
Commissioned by Ginanda.
Commissioned by Gininda, according
Okay,
to
fine.
the original.
Yeah, fine.
Now, having read that statement to you, it goes back to my question that, let me start here, and I'll tie it up to this. At that time, Makubo rejected your information. The end of that meeting, he said to you, go and bring me the source of your information. You remember that aspect of your testimony?
Uyakhumbula ke la usho khona ukuthi ekugcineni ke umkathi ke uMakhubo esechitha ke lokho okusho wathi ke ngilethele isource yale information yakho.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, according to the deponent of the statement, he received this information in 2017, told you the information, because he says here is Kumbuzo Zungu. Is that your name?
Usikhumbuzo Zungu wena ngithi.
Yimi loyo?
Yes, that's me.
Then, some 2 years later, almost on the anniversary, I don't know when this one was made, but on the 17th of November 2019, that's when the statement then gets made. Are you aware, were you with your father when this statement was made?
Wawukanye nobaba wakho nkathi lesi statement esasenziwa.
Ngeke ngazi ngimayelana nestatement ukuthi senziwa kuphi nobani. Ngeke ngikwazi ukukhuluma ngestatement somunye umuntu. Asikho statement engingaba kuso senziwa.
I wouldn't know about the statement as to when was it made, with whom. I cannot speak with regards to someone else's statement when it was made.
Yes, but my cross is narrowing the issue, because it only goes to this aspect that the information was given to my son. His name is Skumbuzo Zungu, and he's a police officer.
Ngicabanga ukuthi umuntu wayengazisa lokho uma ukhuluma ngobaba wayengazisa njengomntanakhe.
I think that the person who was informing that, if you are referring to my father, was informing me as his child.
Njengoba nami ngangimazisa ngokwenzeka.
As I was also informing him about what happened.
Let's be on the same page. This information is received by your father in 2017.
Ngeke ngibe nolwazi ukuthi beyazi noma bengayazi.
I wouldn't know whether he knew or not.
But did you come to know about whether or not he made a statement pertaining to this matter?
Ngabe wakwazini ukuthi noma kamuva ukuthi kune statement asenza yena mayelana nalolu daba.
Bengenalwazi ngimangele nami.
I didn't know. I'm also surprised.
And you wouldn't know with whom he came to Pretoria for the noting down of this statement.
Ukuthi weza nabani ePitoli ukuthi kuthathe le statement awukwazi na.
Engikwaziyo ukuthi okwaveza ukuthi kumele ngilethe umzali wami oveza ukuthi mina bengikhulela khona kwaNongoma.
All I know is that I had to bring my parent to come and confirm that indeed I grew up kwaNongoma.
Okay. My Lord, those are my questions. This witness that we've mentioned, that's mentioned here, I've consulted with him. He'll come and refute all of this in court now, as the court places. We are going to call that witness. So, sorry, my Lord, if I may approach my candidate again.
Mr. Manoyi, what time is it?
19 minutes to 3, my lord. 19 minutes to 3.
Thank you, my Lord. I mean, that
Okay,
I've got no
thank you,
further
sir.
questions for the witness. No, thank you, my Lord. I mean, that.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi?
Mr. Zungu, in law there is something called perjury. Do you know what perjury is?
La emthethweni ke noma ke kwilaw kunento abayibiza ngokuthi sorry.
The basis for the relevance of that question, my lord.
Yeah, Mr. Mnisi. He doesn't know what perjury is, so what are we going to do?
How long have you been a policeman, sir? For 12 years. We have been investigating cases, not so. Do you know what perjury is?
Uyazi ukuthi yini pressure?
Yebo ngiyayazi.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. He says he knows it, my lord. What is perjury?
Yini?
No. You must lay a basis. You've got to tell this witness A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Under cross-examination, under oath, he comes with an answer which perjures himself. But at the moment, this witness is here, and then you're saying, does he know perjury? What is perjury? That question is disallowed.
As it feels the court, my lord.
Yeah, because you can see, you're a legally trained person. What do you expect this witness to say about perjury? If he tells you it is the death of someone else, what are you going to say?
No, but my lord, those are answers that I'm expecting to come from the
no.
witness. Now the court really takes over the
No,
answering of those
you can't
questions
ask
on behalf of the
you can't
witness.
ask this witness if he knows what perjury is before you've laid the foundation. Just standing up and say, do you know perjury?
That is how I choose to conduct my
Yeah,
cross-examination.
but that's not procedure. That question is disallowed without a foundation.
Thank you, sir. I'm told that I must lay I must lay the basis why I'm asking you what perjury is. I'm asking you this simply because you're a police officer. That's the basis why I'm asking you what perjury is. You've said you know perjury. The basis why I'm asking you what is perjury is because you've told this court that you've come to testify here as a police officer.
Ngikubuza ke lokho ngoba uyiphoyisa ushilo nokuthi uzofakazela nanjengephoyisa.
So what is perjury?
Ngizofakaza njengephoyisa. Iphoyisa cha into umsebenzi wami.
I'm here to testify as a police officer. I think a police officer is my work.
Sir, you have introduced at the inception of your testimony, you were introduced as a warrant officer, as a constable, who's got 12 years in the service of the South African Police Services. So that's my point of departure.
Uma wethulwa ke lana noma uchazwa ke uchathuna njengephoyisa elineminyaka ke u12 lisebenza.
Ngiyavumelana nawe.
I agree with you.
Thank you. What is perjury? You said you know it. I was requested.
I understand.
I'm asking not to answer you. I don't understand it.
Mhlambe ngiunderstand ngale ndlela bengizophendula ngayo.
Mhlambe?
Ngale ndlela bengizophendula ngayo.
Mhlambe, maybe I don't understand it. So in the manner in which I was going to answer you.
But you've just said to me, you know what perjury is. You can give me the answer that you would have explained on what perjury is.
Engiyicabangayo.
The one I'm thinking.
It's fine. You can tell me perjury is monkey, it's fine.
It's you.
When?
What is perjury?
When?
What is perjury?
Angiyazi.
I don't know.
We have just said you know what perjury is.
Let's move along, and we don't see the sense of this cross-examination. With the greatest of respect to my learned friend.
I don't know what was the basis of the objection, my lord, because this very same witness said knows what perjury is. And then the court said, well, maybe perjury could be something else. And then I was requested to give the basis why am I asking this question. And I'm saying the basis why I'm asking this question simply because he's a police officer. I'm not asking something out of the ordinary. I'm asking something that is well within his knowledge of being a police officer. So I don't know what is the basis of the objection now. So you don't even answer to what perjury is, despite the fact that you
Yes.
said you know what perjury is.
Yebo baba umnesi.
Thank you.
Mr. Mnisi.
Mr. Kwabeni, is he still alive?
And kicking.
Usaphila yebo mpela.
Kwabeni mina.
Ngibuza uGwabeni.
Usho kwabeni maphi?
Which Gwabeni?
Nami ngozungu ngokwabeni.
I'm also Zungu, I'm Gwabeni.
I did not know that you are Kwabeni. I know that you are Zungu. You entered.
Yebo.
Okay,
That's my
court
clan
says
name.
it is praise salutations. He says so. Kwabeni.
I did not know that he was Kwabeni, my lord. I thought he was Constable Sizwe Kumbuzo Zungu. He never told this court that I'm Zungu stroke Kwabeni. But nonetheless, the Kwabeni that I'm referring to,
Sorry, isithakazelo saka umnisi.
mine is very sacred, my lord. It just doesn't get said anyway.
Okay.
Yes. The Kwabeni that I'm asking you about is the Kwabeni that you allegedly say invited you to go to the,
Lo engikhuluma ngayo uGwabeni
the
lo
party.
othi wakubiza ukuthi uze eFosloras.
Lobhalwe la kwe-statement.
The one written in the statement.
The Kwabeni who invited you to come to his place.
Lo owakubiza ukuthi uze kwakhe.
Yebo.
Yes,
Uye loyo.
that's the
Ukhuluma
one.
lo statement.
Is he still alive?
Usaphila.
Yeah, uyaphila.
Yes, he is.
Thank you. When last did you see him?
Hayibo. Bengimele ngimbone mhlambe kanjani usho ukuthi
How? What do you mean?
I'm asking when last did you see him? That's a simple question. When last did you see him from today when you count backwards? When last did you see him? Mr. Zungu, look, we are a police official. We have come here to assist the court to come to a particular decision. So it's my duty to quiz you on everything that we have said on the court. Do you understand? Yeah. And can you please behave in a manner that accords with the decorum of this court?
Cela iphatheke ngendlela ehambisana nenqubo yasenkantolo.
When last did you see Mr. Kwabeni?
angikhumbuli.
I can't recall.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that in your entire testimony, or up to the point at which you're leaving Fosloras, the Basutu hostel, where you were with Kwabeni, this Mr. Kwabeni remains a central piece of your testimony?
I think I missed the first part, sorry.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that from the inception of your testimony to the point where you allegedly left Basutu hostel there at Fosloras, this Mr. Kwabeni is a centerpiece of your testimony?
Uzovumelana nami yini uma ngithi ke uqala nje unikeza ngobufakazi bakho kuze kuyoba ke isikhathi la usuhamba khona ke eFosloras noma eBasuthu hostel eFosloras ukuthi nje umuntu nje okhona nje ophakathi kubufakazi bakho okhuluma ngaye njalo nje uGwabeni?
Yebo.
Yes.
In other words, Mr. Kwabeni would come and tell this court. I think the state is going to call him just to come and corroborate what you've just told to this court. That you had phoned him. That he phoned you and requested you to come to his place because your homeboys will be coming in.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke umbuso uzombiza ke uGwabini lowo ukuthi eze azoqinisekisa ke impela ukuthi wakufonela nokuthi wakutshela ke ukuthi ke homeboys bazobe bekhona.
Uzobizwa estate nomzobizwa yimi.
By me or by the state? Is it going to be called by me or by the state?
I've just said the state.
Qeda kusho
Will
manje
probably
ukuthi
be calling
umbuso
him to come corroborate everything that you have said that involves him.
ukuthi ke azokhuluma azosho ke konke lokho wena ukushilo mayelana naye.
ngizwa ngawe lokho ukuthi bazombiza ngazi.
I'm hearing it from you that they are going to call him. I know nothing about it.
The same Mr. Kwabeni would also come tell this court that at one particular point, there are people who got into his room. I don't want to mention names now, I'll come to that, who got into his room and they gave him 2 firearms.
Nokuthi ke kunabantu abangena ekamereni lakhe ngizowabiza ke amagama noma ngeke ngiwashoka amagama manje ngiyeza kulokho base bemnika ibhamu eziwu2.
Anginalwazi ukuthi uzobukhuluma ngani ngalezo ungayibona bemnikeza. Accused number 1 and accused number 3. Usho lokho?
I have no knowledge as to what it is. Are you referring to accused number 1 and number 3?
I'm talking about what you told this court in your testimony.
Sure ke lokhu wena okutshelele enkantolo.
Yikho nami engushoyo.
That is what I'm saying as well.
That you're not sure that he will come and say that.
Ukuthi uzoza noma ngeke eze angikwazi lokho.
Whether he will come or not, I know nothing about that.
Thank you. The very same Kwabeni that you have told this court about will also come and tell this court that whilst you were in his room at that hostel, you further asked him if, after being handed with the 3.8 special firearm, you asked him if that was not the firearm which he said he threw away in the river after shooting at Sinako.
Nokuthi ke uGwabini lo uzoza azothi le .38 special owambona enyikwa ukuthi wambuza ke wena asiyona yini le owayilahla emfuleni futhi akusiyona yini le owadubula ngayo uSinako.
Lokho ngambuza lokho.
I did ask him that.
That's what I'm saying. He will come and confirm that.
Yiloko ngisho. Sorry.
Ukuthi uzoza noma ngeke eze kulungile ngithi nami ngakujabulela ukuzwa.
Whether he will come or not, that's fine. I'll also be happy to hear that.
And he will say the answer to the question that we have just asked him was that no, it wasn't the same firearm.
Uthi wasekuphendula ke wathi cha akusona leso sibhamu leso.
Uzosho njalo.
Is that what he's going to say?
Are you asking me?
No, ngizwa wena uthi mawuthi uzozosho lokho.
I'm hearing you saying that that's what he's going to come and say.
I'm saying what you are saying in your statement about him.
If yena ezozosho lokho, yilokho azokusho mina ngisho lokho kangakukhuluma naye. Engakhuluma naye yikho lokho.
If that's what he's going to say, then he's going to say it. But I am telling that which I asked him. That is what I asked him or I spoke to him about.
Thank you. Now let's get back. You are saying when you made the statement the typed version, the original of which the court has ruled that is non-existent, you are saying.
Sorry, Mr. Minister, don't misquote the court. The original, I said there is no evidence that there was a statement made by this gentleman which he made with his own handwriting and attested to, and it was commissioned by him before the Commissioner of Oaths. That's what I said. There was no original, in other words. He never made a statement. That's the court's finding. Please.
As it is the court.
Don't misinterpret the court.
Yes, thank you, my lord. The statement that the defense on behalf of the accused persons were given by the state, the typed version. Now, when Mr. Ramusipilo on behalf of accused number 1 and 2 was taking you through the steps in which or under the circumstances under which the statement was made, you're saying you were seated, actually as you were narrating the version of what happened, somebody was busy typing the statement, not so?
Uma Mr. Ramusipile kubuza ukuthi indlela statement lesi esenziwa ngayo ushilo ukuthi wena wawukhuluma ube nomuntu ke noma kwakunomuntu owayetype.
Yebo?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, what I'm going to do now, or what I'm going to read now, it will be you talking and somebody typing. Do you understand?
Engizokwenza ke manje noma lokho ngizokufunda ufuna wena uyakhuluma kunomuntu otypeayo.
In other words, I am going to create a bit of a scenario where you will be talking and you will assume that somebody will be typing, and this is how it goes. And this is you saying it. Around 9 p.m. on the very same day, now the person is busy typing that. I noticed Moses Sibia, Mafiga, in bracket, open bracket, Sandy Sontanzi, close bracket, and Nkani, open bracket, Sifiso Wuhle Zungu Ntuli, walking after each other to Kwabeni's bedroom coming from outside. Just let's hold it there.
Asime lapho ke ngabo 9 ngalelo langa lelo ngabona ke umuzi Sibiya uMafika Sandi Sontanzi kanye nonkani Sifiso Kuhle Zungu Ntuli behamba ke belandelana beya ekamereni lakhe uGwabeni besuka noma bebuya ngaphandle.
Thank you. Now you're telling this person around 9 p.m. on the very same day, you noticed Moses Sibia, Mafiga in brackets Sandison Tansi. And Nkani in brackets Sifihlo Zungu, Ntuli walking after each other to Kwabeni's bedroom coming from outside. Now, as you are trying, in a way that you did, to say, actually, Nkani's weight should not have been in that line. It should have been accused number 3's weight. Is that how I understood you? I mean, accused number 3's name. Is that how I understood you?
Indlela engikuzwe ngayo leyo ukuthi kwangafanele ukuthi kubhalwe unkani. Yes.
Thank you. Now, this person is busy typing. Around 9 p.m. on the very same day, I noticed Moses Sibia, Mafiga. I take it, when you are mentioning Moses Sibia, Mafiga, and Nkani, instead of saying Nkani, you might have said Nube or Carlos, not so?
I said Gadla.
Yeah, Gadla.
Ngathi ugadla.
Yes. Now, how come the person who's typing this statement would then say Nkani? Where did he take this name from? Nkani.
Sorry, Mr. Misi.
Yes, my lord.
This witness,
Yes.
when he gave evidence, he said he had notes. Is that not so? Which he wrote in his own hand.
Yes, my lord.
Penanda, you must remember, is the investigating officer. Incidentally, he happens also to be the commissioning officer.
Yes.
This witness, you must tell me if I don't quote you correctly. Even other counsels can say that. He says he was asked, and then he would refer, in the form of being asked, he would refer to his statement.
Yes,
and he would
madam.
relate. But the way you are putting it, it's like he is saying, the typist, he says, my name, then the lady types, is Ratamu Khotleni. Is that how it happens, sir?
Yes, my justice. Yes, Mankuluma, we are type.
As I'm talking, is typing.
Omunye should be brigadier interviewer, omunye wa type.
The brigadier was interviewing me, the other one was typing.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's how I understand.
Njengoba ubona lapha mawubheka nje lento ngibuza yona nababomnisi uyabona lapha kubhala uMafika ngenxa ukuthi uMafika kubo babengazithu bani uMafika they have to ukuthi ngirefer to bani uMafika.
As you can see there, Mr. Mnis, you see there, Mafika is written. Because they didn't know or were not aware as to who Mafika was, I had to tell them as to who is Mafika.
Let's not rush. I'm coming there. I'll take the lead.
Come
You
on with
follow
them.
behind me.
Come on with it.
Yes. The lady is typing. As the court said, and then you said, yes, no. As I was talking, the lady was typing. Now, instead of you saying, Nkani, I understood you to have said Carlos. Not so.
I said Gadla.
Ngathi
Yeah,
ugadla.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
Gadla.
Gadla.
Don't,
Whereas-
don't get lost.
I'm not lost. Gadla. When you have said Gadla, how then did the word Sifiso Kuhle Zungu Ntuli get into what we have just said? Gadla and Sifiso Kuhle, what is it now? Sifiso Kuhle Zungu Ntuli. The dialect and those names are not close to each other. The lady is typing. You say in Gadla, he types Sifiso Kuhle Zungu Ntuli, not so. How
Yes.
could that have happened?
Ngengikwazi ukuchaza ingakho ngikurectify ukuthi imistake ebhalwe lapho ukuthi ubeyitype kanjani ebhale type kanjani angazi ufuna ngichaze ukuthi ugadla igama leli lingene lapha instead of gadla kwangena igama elithi ngane.
As to how it happened, I can't be in a position, I won't be in a position to explain that. But I did say that there I said Gadla, but instead of Gadla, Nkani was then inserted there.
Thank you. That's the first hurdle in your testimony that is not explicable. Further on, you went on to tell her, and now we know it's a lady because I've just confirmed it with the court. Then you say, I stood up and followed them. As I was suspicious of the manner in which they entered the house, I could see there was something wrong. I found Gwabeni in the bedroom. The
Ngase
ladies
ngibalandela
busy
ke ngabona ukuthi kukhona okusolisayo ngendlela abangena ngayo ngase ngithola ke uGwabeni ekamereni.
typing. The lady is busy typing.
Uyatype ke usisi lo.
As I was approaching the bedroom, I could hear Gwabeni saying, "There comes Babumngani," and someone switched off the light. The lady is busy typing.
Ngase uma ngisondela ke ngazwa uba uGwabeni ethi nangi baba omncane eza base kucishwa ke yona ke ilight. Uyatype ke usisi.
Then you proceed. You say, I saw Muzi giving Gwabeni a 38 special firearm and Kani giving Gwabeni a 9mm firearm.
Ngase ngibona ke umuzi enikeza uGwabeni i38 special unkani emnikeza yena ke i9mm.
And the lady is typing.
Uyabhala usisi.
Again, why would it be so that when you say to this lady, I saw Gaza handing over a 9mm to the firearm, the lady would write Nkani?
Njoba ngishilta ngazi ukuthi kwenzeke kanjani ngengemkhulumeli wayitype.
As I already said, I don't know how it happened. I can't speak on behalf of the one that was typing.
Thank you. Now you proceed with your narrative in verse, your story. Then you say to the lady, I then asked them, why are they having firearms on their hands? And asked them where they are coming from. The lady proceeds to type.
Ngase ngibabuza ukuthi ibhamu lezi kungani bephethe ibhamu ezandleni zabo futhi bayithola kuphi. Uyaqhubeka uyatype usisi.
No one responded.
Akekho mphendula vele.
Yes, indeed, no one responded.
Yeah, that we know because it's in the statement. But what I'm saying is, you are saying now, yes, you proceeding with the story, no one responded, and the lady says, or this witness is saying to me, no one responded. Let me type exactly what this witness is telling me. Exactly. Then you then proceed to say, I then took the 38 special firearm from Gwabeni's hand and looked at it. The lady continues to type.
Uyaqhubeka ke wase usithatha isibhamu esandleni sakho uGwabeni wasibheka. Uyaqhubeka ke usisi uyatype.
Not so.
Angithi.
Yeah, ngabe sengisithatha
Yes.
vele isibhamu kuye ngasibona.
Yes, indeed, I took the firearm from him and looked at it.
Then you proceed to narrate your story. I then asked Gwabeni if it was not the same firearm which he had said he threw away in the river after shooting Sinako with it. He said it was not the same firearm.
Ngase ngimbuza kuGwabeni ukuthi akusona yini lesi othi wasilahla ke wasilahla emfuleni futhi wadubula ngaso uSinako wathi cha akusona.
And then the lady is typing. And then you're saying, but the firearm belongs to Nkani. I think that is what was Gwabeni said. Then the lady types that.
Wabusithi-ke sikankani iloko wakusho-ke wabuya type usisi lokho.
As you proceed with your story, you say, I then give him back the firearm. I take it, you took it back to Gwabeni.
Wase usidlulisela noma usibuyisela kuyena futhi uGwabeni.
And as you proceed, you say, I asked that Gwabeni give me my firearm. He reached for my bag and gave it to me. I took it, checked it, removed the magazine and counted my bullets and found that they were still the same as I have left them. I was checking if they did not take my firearm and use it somewhere. The lady is typing.
Ngase ngicela uGwabeni ukuthi anginikeze sami waletha isikhwama wanginikeza ngasibheka ngabheka imagazini ngabheka ukuthi inhlamvu zami saphelele yini ukubona ke ngathola ukuthi ke kusaphelele ukuthola ukuthi abasithathanga yini bayosebenzisa kwenye indawo usaqhubeka uyatype.
You proceed with your story. I also smelt it, but I could not pick up anything. I was concerned if they took my firearm and set it and used it to kill people, because I acknowledge that they are Inkabi, in brackets, hitmen.
Uthi ngasinuka ke ngoba ke ngangi sokhona kwakungihlupha ukuthi mhlawumbe basithatha ke noma basebenzisa ukuthi babulala abantu ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi bayinkabi.
I was shouting, you proceed, the lady is typing. I was shouting and told them if they had done something, it shall be revealed one day. I put my firearm on my body. My figure walked out of the bedroom.
Nga bakhulumisa ke noma ngabathethisa ke ngathi ke uma ukuthi khona ke abakwenza ngazo kusezo vezwa ke ngelinye ilanga wase ephuma ke uma fika ekamereni.
Now you continue to state your story. And the lady is typing. Mthokoziseni Mapisa and Carlo Mtobisi Mnube walked into the bedroom and sat on the bed.
Ke kwasengena ke uMthokoziseni Maphisa kanye naye ke uCarlos Mtobisi Mncube bahlala phezulu kombhede.
Gwabeni asked me to give them a space as he wanted to discuss something with the guys.
Wabese ngicela ke uGwabeni ukuthi angiphumeke ngoba ke khona udaba befuna office ukuthi balidingide
Thank you.
nabo.
Mthokoziseni Mapisa and Carlos Mtobisi Mncube walked into the bedroom and sat on the bed.
Ufuna ngiphendule noma ngilalele kuphela?
Should I just listen or do you want me to respond?
This is my question. My question is, you are saying to this typist, Mthokoziseni Mapisa and Gadla walked into the bedroom and sat on the bed, not so?
Uthi ke kwangena ke uMthokoziseni Maphisa kanye naye ke uGadla Carlos Mncube bahlala embedeni.
Isami statement lapho sithi kwangena unkani ehamba no accused number 4.
My statement
already accused number 1 2 3 babe khona. So lapha ku statement ngoba ungibuyisela lapho ubona legama elithi Carlos. Yabona.
My statement now with regards to that says it was number 5 who came in working together with accused number 4. Accused number 1, 2 and 3 were already inside.
Yes. Now, what you are saying now, your statement should have read, according to the story that you are narrating on that day, should have read as follows. Mthokoziseni Mapisa and Nkani walked into the bedroom and sat on the bed, not so?
Uthi bekufanele ukuthi sikanjalo.
Yebo.
Yes.
But again, for the third time, if that is what you told the lady on that day who was typing, how could it have happened that the lady now says Mthokoziseni Mapisa and Carlo Mtobisi Mncube walked into the bedroom and sat on the bed? Where did he get this word, this name, Carlo Mtobisi Mncube, from?
Uma kuukuthi belilokho wena ke wakutshela lo wayetype kwenzeka kanjani ke athi Mthokoziseni Mapisa kanye noCarlos walithola phi legama kaCarlos?
Ngiyakubona babumnise uyayuthanda lo mdlalo.
I see Mr. Mnisi you like this game.
Babumnise ngithi kuwe lamagama la ngene la ngoba ngilifakile ngathi uwrong uCarlos unkani ongene lapha nalapha futhi kuphambana amagama apho ayikho into eshintshile lapho ngiyabona ukuthi ufuna ukungisaphi kodwa ke mina angizokuya lapho.
Okay. I see. What happened here, Mr. Mnisi, it is the names that have been confused. Here where you mentioned Carlos, it's supposed to be Nkani, and also there where Nkani is supposed to be Carlos. I see where you want to take me to, but I'm not going there.
Because igama lika Carlos angaze ngilisho bengilazi ukuthi mina igama bengimbiza ngalo bengimbiza ngamakhuluma bengimbiza uGadla.
Because the name of Carlos, I didn't know that name. The name that I refer to it by is Gadla.
Thank you. That is where my concern is. You don't say to this lady that the person who is coming in with Mthokozisi Mapisa is Gadla. Instead is Nkani. But the lady that you are dictating to writes in the statement something that is totally not what you're telling her. Instead of writing Gadla, she writes Carlos Mthokozisi Ncube.
Endaweni yokuthi abhaleke uGadla lo wena umtshela ngayeke ngoba yena kangithi manje ubhale noma endaweni yokuthi abhale lokho wena umtshela kodwa akabhali ke uGadla ubhala ke uCarlos.
Okay.
Ubhale ngasikona lokho wena okushoyo kuyena.
uGadla mangicabanga uGadla uCarlos uyena Mthobisi.
Gadla is Carlos and that is Mthobisi.
Yeah, no, I can understand. Let me ask you, the lady was typing here, was she privy to the investigation into the case?
Lady leli noma usisilona owayebhala lana ungaba wayenolwazi wayenalo mala nophenyo lecala leli.
Ngicabanga ukuthi angibazi abantu bebephenya ukuthi uyena muphi.
I think I didn't know.
Bengazi ukuthi uyaphenya ngazi ukuthi uKolonel Gininda uBrigadier Gininda.
I think I didn't have the information as to who the investigating team was. The person that I knew to be investigating was a Brigadier Colonel Gininda at the time.
Thank you. But are you then aware, Mr. Kwabeni, Mr. Kwabeni Zungu, that contrary to what you have told, isn't that you told me, Mr. Kwabeni Zungu?
Yeah, kuyikho konke inkonzi.
It's all of it.
Yes.
They're not lost.
Would you then agree with me that on the basis of, I've just brought to your attention what is contained in your statement, this was not a true reflection of what you were narrating to the lady? If at all, the story that we have come to tell this court has got a fragment of truth in it.
Ukuthi uyavumela ukuthi lokhu okubhalwe lana ke akusikona lokhu wena ke owawukusho ke uma kuwukuthi lokhu wena ozile uzokutshela lenkantolo unalo nje iqiniso okunalo.
Iqiniso liphindiwe lelo. Elokuthi accused number 1 2 3 bangena belandelana. Accused number 4 and 5 bangena emuva.
That accused number 1
lokho kumele ukuphikise bafu.
That accused number 1 2 and 3 came in following each other, and that accused number 4 and 5 came in afterwards. That is what you should dispute.
And you would further agree with me that in as much as you are trying so hard to give a reason on how this horrible error could have happened, you're finding yourself in a catch-22 situation.
Noma ke uzama ke ngako konke nakho ke ukuthi nje uchazeke lephutha leli elingake lenzekile lana ukuthi nje cha awukwazi uthola nje ukwisibho la khona ongakwazi ukwenza noma ukuthi uphume kusona. Uthi uyazama ke ngako konke onako ukuthi uchaze leliphutha elingake lenzekile lana kodwa nje ngeshwa ukuthi ke lokho okuzamayo ukuthi cha awuphumeleli kona.
Ngicabanga ukuthi mawuzwa bafu ngishilo ngathi accused number 1 2 3 accused number 4 5 bangena emuva. So ukuthi kubhaleke igama likaGadla liphambane likaNkani la endaweni embili akushintshi indawo kulokho engikushoyo.
I think I did say that accused number 1, 2, and 3 came in following each other. Then accused number 4 and 5 then came in afterwards. That Gadla and Kani's names were then confused or put in the wrong places. That doesn't change anything.
I want to open up an argument with you, because ultimately to argue, it's going to be for me, as I will be standing here at the end of it all addressing the court. I only wanted to bring it to your attention that already on this document alone, there's something that is being called someone being between the hard place and a rock. I don't know what place is that, but I normally hear people talking about that. But that is going to be my duty to argue before the court. But let's carry on. You are saying you were invited by Kwabeni Zungu to come over to his place because your homeboys were also coming. Did he tell you? Oh, Kwabeni is not Zungu. We are only
My
Zungu and
justice.
Kwabeni, but Kwabeni is not Zungu.
My justice, udlala ngesithakazelo nangegama.
We are
manje.
playing with the clan name here.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ukwabeni uyuzungu, my justice. Ukwabeni
is
uyuzungu. Yes.
This is the clan name.
Yes. I thought maybe it is only you, because you Zungu can be referred to Kwabeni, but Kwabeni cannot be referred to Zungu.
Hayi,
So we can use it both ways.
Singakusebenzisa kokubili. Yes.
Thank you. Did Mr. Kwabeni tell you what the occasion was about?
Ngaba wakutshela yini ukuthi kwakuyini ke lena noma i-occasion yayingani kwabini?
akangitshelanga.
He didn't tell me.
Thank you.
Wangitshela nje ukuthi kunabafowethu, kunababa bomkhaya,
Only told me that there will be homeboys.
ukuthi kunani nami lokho engangifisa ukwazi ukuthi ngangibizwe leni.
As to what the occasion was, that's also what I wanted to know as to why was I called or invited.
Thank you. But when you arrived there, you find a lot of your I'm sorry, my lord. Something has just gone into the wrong throat here in my mouth.
Hayi amnyise. I'm sorry, my justice.
Remember the old man was here the other day.
Just adjourn, my lord, for a minute. I think I need to
You
get
remember the old
water.
man was here?
Excuse me, my lord.
The old man was here the other day. The other time I used to be here. You remember that old man?
The Nyanga, man.
He was here younger.
I don't know.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
You want to suggest?
I just need to get a seat, man. Maybe
So,
just adjourn for 5 minutes, my lord. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
10 minutes to
Okay, let's adjourn until
Kusasa ke ngo-10. 10. Hayi kodwa. Uzobona ukuthi 12.